Oriented on some aspects of hepatology. We believe that this meeting will be interesting and there will be strong involvement in discussion. Special thanks to Professor Gish. You know him, most of you very well. He has been supported us many years, and we launched together some very interesting projects. And we once again thank you very much, Professor Gish. It was very difficult for him to manage to find time for his very, very busy schedule and to be here with very, very interesting presentation as always. This is third visit, Professor Gish, to Georgia. And thank you very much, Dr. Hasmik. Yeah. She's very warm and old, our friend. And we started our professional skills, I think, together many years ago. And we implemented very interesting joint meetings here in Tbilisi. Thank you very much for our local, very, very special professional speakers. Thank you very much, and we can start now, I think. And the first presentation, Dr. Mamuka Zagalashvili, head of the viral hepatitis unit, Medical Center Mrcheveli, assessing the current landscape on the road to HBV elimination in Georgia.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So thank you again. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your time to come to us. So today my presentation will be dedicated about the current situation about hepatitis B in Georgia and how it can be evaluated in the context of future elimination of this disease. Of course, this theme is quite broad, and I will be focusing on some of our studies, and so I also hope to engage in discussions later. So to start from the global burden of hepatitis B virus, we know that about more than 2 billion persons have been has an evidence of HBV infection. Up to 300 million have chronic hepatitis B, which means that about 1/3 of them will develop liver cirrhosis or liver cancer without proper management. What we know about the prevalence of hepatitis B in Georgia is that there are conducted quite comprehensive 2 nationwide surveys which estimated HBV prevalence in 2015 and 21, and what was seen that the Georgia came to be the intermediate prevalence countries, which means about 2% of prevalence of chronic HBV infection, while the exposure rate was quite high, more than 20%. It seems a little bit reduction in 2021. In 2015 also conducted the survey study on hepatitis delta virus, which showed that about 1% only was seen to be HDV co-infected. Regarding the age distribution in 2021, there was also conducted the children's evaluation, the seroprevalence in children, and what was seen in that area was extremely low prevalence among children for hepatitis B, and we all know the reason of it. It's a universal vaccination of the children since 2003. Some information regarding the hepatitis B characteristics, what type of virus is chronic HBV infection is present. So this study was conducted only for our patients. It's a single center study and descriptive analysis of HBV monoinfected untreated patients to assess the virological and clinical characteristics. The study aimed to evaluate the clinical phases of HBV infection in the country and to calculate the proportion of them who may need antiviral treatment. And what we see here, so it also, of course, it cannot be extrapolated for the whole country, but interesting data, what we expected to see was that HBe antigen negative persons was extremely low, about 4%, while HBV DNA level above 2000 was quite high, up to 30% of them, and only 5% above 20,000 units per milliliter. So regarding the ALT elevation, 23% has abnormal ALT, but only 4% above the 2 times upper limit of normal. Also, we've seen that the advanced fibrosis or cirrhosis be seen only in 3% of the cases, while intermediate damage of the liver was seen in 13% of them. Okay, we all know the course of HPV infection and what are the indications for the treatment based on the current guidelines, and the indications is when there is a hepatitis. If there is no hepatitis, otherwise current guidelines recommending no treatments. Here it is. Based on our data, we found that about 52% was HB antigen negative chronic infection, which means within the current guidelines they do not need any treatment. Only 9% has been in the area where it is definitely indicated to treat of them, such as, for example, hepatitis, HB antigen negative or HB antigen positive hepatitis, only 9%. But what was expected to see based on our clinical experience, it was that there was quite high number of persons who do not meet any criteria of HBV treatment, such as the patients with a high HBV DNA level and normal ALT, or patients with a low HBV DNA and abnormal ALT. So so we can speculate based on this data that at least 9% and maximum 50%, up to 50% of them might need antiviral treatment. So up to 50% of those might be needed antiviral treatment. But we will looking forward to Professor Gisch's recommendation. What are the current updates about it? Regarding another studies which was conducted by us, and this article is in press, we evaluated the knowledge, attitude, and practices among primary healthcare physicians in the countries. And the study aimed to evaluate the gaps in the knowledge, beliefs, and behaviors regarding hepatitis B. And knowledge were assessed with the 28 simple questions, and the score were classified as low, middle, and high. So in this study, the average score was 18, and 62.8% of participants score medium to high tertile. But I would like to focus your attention on some of the questions out of the knowledge, for example, which was, for example, about the HPV transmission. Almost all of them, they know that it is a blood-borne transmitted disease, but unfortunately, there is a very low awareness about the sexual transmission of the disease or mother-to-child transmission. Another reports from the knowledge part was that only 49% were aware about the proper prevention of mother-to-child transmission, and even more striking results were seen when the HPV, they believed, more than half of them, they did not know that chronic HPV can be cured, cannot be cured, sorry. Regarding the attitude on HPV infection questions, answers were stratified whether they agree, neutral, or disagree. Specific questions, which was, for example, I am confident in diagnosing of HPV, 72% responding, they were confident. Only 26%, of course, they were not confident in managing of chronic HPV infection, which is logical because they are not specialists. but they believe the treatment is expensive, and they believe that treatment has many side effects. And they wanted to, what was very good and fortunate thing, that they were willing to participate and get more information, participate in trainings and get more information about hepatitis B. From the practice questions, also some interesting results were seen. So, like for example, despite the fact that only 27% were thinking they were confident in management, so 41% they were confident, feeling confident enough to prescribe hepatoprotective drugs, which is off-label, unapproved drugs, usually refers to the herbal remedies or antioxidants, which is gives us information, but the knowledge regarding HPV is quite low. Also, they were wrongly recommending some other recommendations. And what was also very not good, that they have you ever been screened or have you ever been vaccinated? Only 47% and 26% responded yes, respectively, on these questions. So to move to the part of the elimination strategies, which is recommended by the WHO. These recommendations include some indicators and what could be assessed as an elimination by 2030. So what we can see here that if by 2030 90% reduction will be seen in incidence and mortality will be decreased 65%, it will be considered as achieved program. And from the specific areas, Georgia has quite good results regarding the vaccination of the children. I mentioned that from 2003, it is a universal vaccination for every children, and the coverage of first dose vaccine and 3 doses of children vaccine is consistently above 90%, as well as prevalence, which is calculated recently, was 0.3%. But the problem is about the mortality. So we do not know exactly, but there is an estimation that the mortality rate for hepatitis B is up to 33 per 100,000 persons. So it is the preliminary data. There will be more results about it later on. We do not know what percentage of the persons with HPV is diagnosed, and we do not know, actually, even until now, we did not know what does it mean, the eligible treatment for HPV infection, which means that more than 80% who are eligible into the treatment should be within the, should be treated. So that's why WHO just recently recommended the treatment algorithm for chronic HPV infection. They very much simplified algorithm on that, but still there is some initial assessment includes the evaluation of the severity of the liver disease, evaluation of ALT and HPV DNA, collects the medical history, and counseling the patients about chronic HPV infection. And for the treatment eligibility criteria, there are 4 steps, which includes fibrosis, above the 2 fibrosis score, regardless of HPV DNA and ALT level, could be the indication for the treatment, as well as HPV DNA more than 2,000 and abnormal ALT, or comorbidities, or the persistently abnormal ALT level in the areas where HPV DNA is not available, should be considered as a treatment eligible. And who are treatment eligible, it is recommended the high resistant barrier antiviral treatment, tenofovir and entecavir, for the management of these patients, and the monitoring means surveillance of those patients, maybe in most cases lifelong, or every 6 months or every 12 months. Just recently, as I know from yesterday, the Ministry of Health received this amendment to screening of the patients with HBs antigen, and all HBs antigen positive persons, it includes to refer to the specialized center, so which is should be defined in Georgia especially. So what does it mean, the specialist center, which includes the physician consultations and liver elastography and abdominal ultrasound. And all of those patients who would have fibrosis above 2 level, which includes at 7 kilopascal on elastography or abnormal ultrasound, these patients should be offered the further diagnostic for free, and the treatment, if it is the specialist will decide the treatment for free. It is expected that they will involve about around 1,000 persons who will be eligible in the treatment group. And for those persons who has HBs antigen negative, they should decide to offer anti-HB core tests, and if those are negative, they should consider to immunize those patients. But as I know, we are not ready yet to start from tomorrow this project, but let's see in the future what will happen. So at the final slide for me, there are challenges and the recommendations, which are my personal recommendations. It doesn't mean much anything. So there is no data regarding the number of patients screened, diagnosed, or received treatment. So we do not have the comprehensive database. Until now, we are doing some things, but we do not know why and how and what will be the impact. And firstly, the database should be, centralized database should be done for the better epidemiological surveillance. The problem is the vaccination of the adults, which is extremely low. So in general population, different surveys shows less than 2% of the adult population. Even the healthcare workers is very low, the vaccination rate. Patients with HCV infection and hemodialysis. In the risk groups, there are free vaccination offered, but why it is low? Again, the problem relates to the awareness, because even doctors who should recommend this vaccination, they are not aware about this disease. New HBV management algorithm, for my opinion, requires modification to align with at least updated WHO recommendations, and the specialized clinics alone, which could be several of them, would not be able to have capacity to manage all of the HBs antigen positive persons in the country. And the training for healthcare workers is essential, and there is a strong demand of it. So we confirm that by response of patients with primary healthcare workers. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please let me know. If there is questions,
yeah. Questions, please, or some opinion. Ქართულად ვისაც სურვილი აქვს არანაირი პრობლემა. აგერ ირაკლი ვითარგმნის ჩემზე უკეთესად სად არის? აგერ.
So Mamuk, in Georgia, right now is the recommendation to test every adult with the triple panel or just surface antigen?
Just surface antigen, as it is written in this amendment, and all of those who would be negative should be offered to test for anti-HBC.
I see. In the US, we've made it very simple. In China, it's very simple. Everybody gets the triple test because it takes an entire step out. And some people have been vaccinated, don't remember, they have antibody, core negative, surface antigen negative, they don't need any more vaccine. So I would recommend, as you go through dialogue, is get the triple panel.
Yeah. And
by ordering just one test. But they don't save money because the patient has to come back to get it interpreted and they get another blood draw. Right. Try again.
And using elastography, fibroscan for the severity of disease and the hepatitis B. It's very controversial, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's not controversial because everybody needs to be staged, but to use it to treat is wrong. And I'll cover all that in my talk about what the new...
We are looking forward.
The Chinese guidelines, WHO guidelines, and what's happening behind the scenes. There's a lot of activity globally to make it very simple. Yeah, that's great. That's a great review.
And as you said, the plan is now that many things change, as I understand, because 5 or 4 years ago there was the plan, massive screening, etc., etc. Now the plan is treat at the first step 1,000 patients. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what about screening?
The screening, as I mentioned,
I mean, even HBs antigen. Only.
Yeah, it is written that everyone should be offered the HBs antigen for free for the screening centers, which is available in the country. And all of those positives should be referred then to the specialized centers. But it looks for me unbelievable that every HBs antigen person which you screen positive to refer to the only 4 or 5 clinics in the country. I don't know.
In the US, 70% of hepatitis B treatment is primary care.
Yeah.
Pharmacists, nurse practitioners, PAs, and MDs, but they're usually family practice or internal medicine. So it's all primary care.
Yeah, but we already know that what is the knowledge of unfortunately in primary care.
That's the first step. You're right. Good.
Dr. Nia.
So thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm a medical oncologist, and I have the question about the reactivation of hepatitis B. Routinely, we screen the patients for HCV and surface antigen of hepatitis B. What is your recommendation? Is it enough? Because we're always afraid about the unknown reactivation of hepatitis B based on chemotherapy. So what is your recommendation? Surface antigen, it's enough, or we need to go deeply?
Of course, it is not enough. So we already mentioned about this. Maybe Professor Gish may you add about that. It is essential to test anti-HBC for every patient who are under immunosuppression or chemotherapy. The recommendations for the WHO, which was here, it of course including every patient who are on comorbidities, co-infections, immunosuppressive, immune suppression condition, and not only this term includes every oncology patient. Yeah.
Should underwent these screening tests.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, there is the recommendation for onco and oncohematological patients. They should screen for HBs antigen, for anti-core antigen, also for anti-HBs antigen, for further management of these all cases. There are quite different recommendations for oncohematological patients. Thank you.
And this, is that okay to say? This is another reason to check surface antibody in the triple panel, because if your patient is core and surface positive and surface antigen negative, their risk of reactivation is extremely low. It's the core only that are high risk for reactivation. Of course, it depends on the chemo. Is it doxo, is it rituximab? Then there's lower risk. We have 2 papers, one in 2015 and one in 2022 that I was co-author on reactivation. One was like old data, and then we updated it in 2022 just for new drugs. Thanks.
Important that patient with only anti-HB core positive only. These patients don't need nothing from hepatology field if there is no any disease, but they need to have information that if they will need any immunosuppression, transplantation, or autoimmune disease or oncology, yes, the patient should inform the physician that he is anti-HB core positive, because sometimes it's very, and if you miss this process, after that control is very, very difficult. Sometimes it's impossible.
And one more comment too about cost. Malika Toy and Sam So at the Stanford Liver Center did a cost-effective analysis of 1 test, 2 tests, or 3 tests. Yeah. And the 3 tests was the most cost-effective. Yeah. So they really proved that you're not spending more money or saving money by the triple test. So that's, it was in Lancet. I can send you the paper. It's beautiful modeling. And it's not just US costs, it would apply anywhere in the world.
Thank you very much, Mamuka. Thank you. The next presentation, massive acute hepatitis B infection prevalence in hepatitis C virus infected patient with HCC in Armenia. Dr. Hasmi Gazinian, Head of Gastroenterology and Hepatology Service, Medical Scientific Center, Yerevan, Armenia.
Yes. Okay. This is
forward. This is backward. And this is
light.
Yeah.
This is light. This is okay. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Really, I am very happy to be here with you. And really, I miss you and I miss Georgia. Also, I would like to thank to my friend, Professor David Mrcheveli, for inviting me and giving opportunity to share with you very interesting data from Armenian HCC patients. So my talk is called Massive Acute B Infection Prevalence in Hepatitis C virus infected patient with HCC from Armenia. Excuse me? Okay, this one. Okay, very, it's okay? Okay. So very few statistical data worldwide. Liver cancer is the 6th most common cancer worldwide, the 5th most common in males, 7.5% of total, the 9th in females, 3.4% of total. Each year, more than 800,000 new cases are diagnosed. The most frequent type is HCC. 75% liver cancers occurring in Asia. Liver cancer is currently 2nd most common cause of cancer-related death worldwide. So there are many risk factors for development of hepatocellular carcinoma, including infection and non-infection risk factors. You can see among the non-infection risk factors, mycotoxin, especially aflatoxin B1, environmental exposure, unhealthy lifestyle, polygenic pathologies, and monogenic disease. Also, transversal risk factors in clinical practice, older age, over 55, male sex, Eastern Asian origin, presence of cirrhosis and steatosis. This slide shows uneven risk factors distribution through the world. As you can see, the predominant risk factor in Asian countries are viruses, whereas in Central and Eastern Europe, the predominant risk factor is alcohol abuse. The rest part of the world mixed distribution of risk factors. What about Armenia? This is our first publication titled Etiological Profile of HCC in Armenia. It was published in 2013. After this, as you can see, the predominant risk factor is hepatitis C virus, following by hepatitis B virus in Armenia. After this publication, I was invited from Pasteur Institute by now my friend Pascal Pinault. He is head of Department Nuclear and Oncogenesis, for further discussion concerning HCC situation in Armenia. He informed me that primary liver cancer incidence in northern Eurasia, according to Globocan, as you can see, incidence in Armenia is above 13 cases per 100,000 in men and twofold less in women. Really, the incidence of liver cancer in Armenia is higher than in neighboring countries. You can see data, Globocan 2012, 2018. Also, not only incidence, but also mortality is very higher, compared with neighbor countries, even especially with Georgia. So after that, we create very big, very nice collaboration for further investigation of HCC patient from Armenia. The main aim was characterization of major genomic alteration in hepatocellular carcinoma from Armenian patient. Principal investigator, me, and scientific advisor, my friend Pascal Pinault and his team. Main objective, characterize the risk factors, including viral strains, synerging to increase the incidence of HCC in Armenia, but specific objectives were determine the prevalence of acute HBV infection in HCV-infected HCC patient in Armenia. You can see materials and metals. We have 110 patients diagnosed with HCC and 100 patients with liver cirrhosis without HCC as a control group. Patient characteristics, inclusion criteria, HCC diagnosis based on clinical imaging and biochemical, also liver biopsy. Techniques used, you can see very rich techniques, DNA, RNA extraction, reserve transcription, PCR and sequencing, droplet, digital PCR, phylogenetic analysis, and statistical analysis. This is our first portion of material of Armenian HCC patient already in Pasteur Institute. You can see clinical and biological feature of 69 patients with HCC. We sent their 110 material of HCC patients, but we have already only clinical and biological feature, also investigated the results of 69 patients with HCC. Male-female ratio is 4:1 as usual. Mean age was 58. You can see 90% of cases were hepatocellular carcinoma, only 2% mixed carcinoma, and 1% cholangiocarcinoma. You can see also history, family history. 68% had a family history of cancer and 30 personal history. Also, you can see parameter of onco parameters, alpha fetoprotein and PIVKA2. As you can see, PIVKA is a more sensitive parameter for our patient, especially in the early stage of hepatocellular carcinoma. Now about findings of our patient with hepatocellular carcinoma. As you can see, only 60% of patients present a single liver tumor risk factor, while 35% of patients present at least 4 risk factors. It means that there is accumulation of infections and tumorogenic risk in Armenian patients with hepatocellular carcinoma. What about viral risk factors in our Armenian HCC patients? You can see initial data of HCV genotype distribution in Armenia. The predominant genotype is genotype 1, especially genotype 1b, following by 3A, 35%, following by 2 genotype, 14%, very rare cases of 4 genotype of hepatitis C virus. Now about information of our HCC patients. You can see here, again, the same predominant genotypes, 3A and 1B. You can see phylogenetic 3 of HCV subtypes in Armenian patient, in Armenian 55 patients. Among them, 32 was with hepatocellular carcinoma, 23 were with, without hepatocellular carcinoma, with liver cirrhosis. You can see HCV genotypes in Armenian patients with several liver disease, as you can see. In 32 patients with hepatocellular carcinoma, the predominant genotype is 3A, whereas in 23 patients without hepatocellular carcinoma with liver cirrhosis, the predominant genotype is 1B genotype. Moreover, they found recombinant stamps in our patients, but which is very important, remarkable absence of the 2 key 1B recombinant common in Georgia. What about hepatitis B? Very interesting news, very interesting, amazing information about HBV infection in our hepatocellular carcinoma. You can see here epidemiological data concerning HBV genotype distribution in Armenia before our study. It was 2012 year, and as you can see, the predominant genotype was genotype D in all forms of HBV infected patients. Now, about our study, it is very important, the technique, new technique called droplet digital PCR, which detects rare events as mutation in cancer, rare viruses, for example, occult infections. It is 3 easy steps, but more sensitive than usual PCR method. You can see here phylogenetic 3 of HBV subtypes in Armenia. Again, the predominant genotype is genotype D in all patients, in patients with hepatocellular carcinoma and in patients without hepatocellular carcinoma. Very interesting information. You can see here, this is data from Armenia. As you can see, in our 69 patients, surface antigen was positive only in 19% of cases. 4.4% surface antigen was positive in patients without HCC with liver cirrhosis. Second is data, information from Pasteur Institute. You can see very high rate of HCC patients occult B infection. About 47% of cases with hepatocellular carcinoma and 24% of cases in patients with liver cirrhosis. Not detectable DNA, 34% in patients with hepatocellular carcinoma and 71% in liver cirrhotic patients. So first news was very high incidence occult B infection in our HCC patients. It was really very important information for us. What about occult HBV infection? One more about definition. This is presence of HBV DNA in the liver, absence surface antigen but positive and anti-HB core antigen, or low titers or lack of circulating HBV DNA, which is not detectable by usual PCR, but detectable by ddPCR method. And a lot of prospective study evaluating the effect of occult B infection or potential occult B infection on carcinogenesis in patients with hepatitis C. Data coming from different countries, especially from Japan and from USA. You can see the prevalence of occult HBV infection in HCV infected patients. One more data from different countries, the high incidence of occult HBV infection in HCV infected patients. This is our occult B infection in Armenia, convincing diversity of sequences. Results of this investigation, high mutation rates in HBV sequences from HCC patients, hotspot mutation sites in HBX region and Pol genes. You can see one more, the genotype distribution in Armenian patients with hepatocellular carcinoma and with liver cirrhosis. As you can see, in all of patients with hepatocellular or without hepatocellular carcinoma, the predominant genotype remains genotype D. One more confirmed that Armenia is the heart of the large distribution of area of genotype D. It is second our confirmation about it. Next, very interesting information from Pasteur Institute. Amazing abundance of HBV recombinants in Armenian patients. Detection of recombinants is considered as a sign of intensive viral circulation, high endemicity. As you know, Armenia is the country with intermediate prevalence of HBV infection because 2% of Armenian population is chronically infected with HBV, hepatitis B virus. this news, this new information, new challenge for us. Really, it is new challenge for us, and we have a new project about new detection and screening of our patient concerning hepatitis B virus. Next news, next information. Before this study, we confirmed that 9% of patients with chronic hepatitis B virus are E-antigen, had the E-antigen mutation in enhancer 2 and basal core promoter regions. As you can see, the new situation, new information. HBV isolates from HCC patients are significantly more mutated on enhancer 2 and basal core promoter than isolates from liver cirrhosis. No significant difference of age. 4 new information about HBV infection, especially in patients with hepatocellular carcinoma. We are not a region for mycotoxins, but from Pasteur Institute, we received new information that a very small group of our patients with hepatocellular carcinoma have a aflatoxin B associated mutation, which was amazing information, new information for us. Then it is our kitchen, it is our table. I think we have the similar table, and after that we understand that we can have aflatoxin associated mutation of hepatocellular carcinoma, this is for next time, because it is very big investigation, and it is continuable until now, very big. For next time about mutation in cancer mutation. And let me summarize my talk. So HCV isolates correspond to the overall distribution of genotypes in this part of Eurasia. HCV subtypes 1B and 3I are prevalent, with 3A showing higher fibrogenic potential. Occult HBV infection are prevalent in HCV-infected HCC patients in Armenia, which is a significant risk factor for HCC development in Armenian HCC patient. Lifestyle, environmental and genetic factors play a synergistic role. Of course, the next aim of this contribution, circulating mutation in plasma, are promoting tools for diagnosis and monitoring treatment. This study until now is going, and I think next time I will have a lot of information about our patient with HCC mutation. After that study, you can see establishment of tissue registry for hepatocellular carcinoma specimens. And let me thanks all my friends, especially my friend Robert Kish, who is for me the biggest international advisor. We have an Armenian Hepatological Association, but you know Armenian diaspora. Now we are creating Pan-Armenian Hepatological Association. You can see my friend from France, my friend from USA, the biggest friend again, and Pascal Pinot from Pasteur Institute. thanks to all of them for this very interesting study. And thank you for your attention. These praying hands for all countries of the world, but especially for your country and for my country. Two news. I was invited from Journal of Viral Hepatitis to be reviewed. I review, you know, this article, it's your article, and I gave my conclusion. This article is ready for publication. Congratulations to you. And finally, in the November, we have very big joint conference, Armenian-Kazakhstan joint conference on liver cirrhosis, common and rare complication. Please join us. It is very interesting. Thank you for your attention. Yes.
Very, very interesting talk, very dangerous information.
Yes, unfortunately, but it is challenge.
Yeah.
We are ready.
Yep, Java.
Thank you for this wonderful work done, Dr. Hasmik. I have one comment regarding occult HPV infection. I think it's very interesting for deciding preventive treatment strategy in oncology patients.
Yes.
Which patients, it's my opinion, but maybe occult HPV patients are more tend to reactivated than just anticore positive patients. In this regard, it's very interesting, I think, but I think we need much more data to think that occult HPV is independent risk factor of HCC. I'm not really aware about this, but it's very strong information. Yeah, and that's why I would listen about this, what Professor Kish thinks. Yeah, can we think that occult HPV is independent risk factor of HCC? It's very interesting fact. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. More research, but I think there's really good data that core occult hepatitis B, however you define it, is a risk factor for HCC. But the hazard ratio or the relative risk is probably 1.5 or 2. Smoking, alcohol, fatty liver. Can you hear me?
Okay.
So
Thank you.
multiple factors. You got to score every patient.
Only we have to know that one of the manifestation of occult HPV infection is hepatocellular carcinoma. Next is reactivation of patient with immunosuppressive and occult HPV. So it is very important to have more sensitive investigation like ddPCR. If you compare data from Armenia and data from Pasteur Institute, 4 times more data from Pasteur as an occult infection. Now we are looking for ddPCR. Please find for this wonderful laboratory also. It's very news.
Yes, it's very new. And regarding the reactivation, many of cases of occult hepatitis are anti-HB group positive, only every other markers, of course, negative. But when all markers are negative, it's
vaccinated, then continue immunosuppression.
Yeah.
Vaccination, next immunosuppression.
But in these patients, in the liver tissue, they found out the HBV DNA and CCC DNA. That means, or
I think yes,
Yeah.
yes.
if the patient have in a tissue CCC DNA, is the reason of vaccination?
Vaccine will not help in OBI, vaccine has no value, whatever your threshold.
I think it depends the presence of anti-HB core antigen.
Yes,
If
but
we have
I mean,
anti-HB core
I mean
antigen, they
cases-
don't need vaccination.
Yes, I mean these cases where all markers, serological markers, are negative. As you mentioned, some cases with cccDNA positive, but all markers is negative. It's very dangerous. They're high risk of HCC, no any. And what about the antiviral treatment in this group of patients?
I would only use antiviral if they were DNA positive in the blood.
Yes.
That's
the blood is, they were negative. All tests were negative, only cccDNA.
Especially in patients with immunosuppression and chemotherapy as a prophylaxis of reactivation. Mm-hmm.
If they're seronegative and DNA negative, I wouldn't do prophylaxis. I would monitor. It's very
Yeah.
hard. What
Yeah.
you've described is probably 1 in a million
You
people.
realize that this is an occult, occult HPV infection when all markers are negative. It's a biopsy all patients with all negative seromarkers. It's impossible, of course.
It's really a research setting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Any questions? Thank you very much, Hasmiklian. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
And the next talk, new guidelines for hepatitis B test, all treat, all triple panel. Professor Robert Gish, Medical Director, Hepatitis B Foundation, Daletown, Pennsylvania. Professor of Medicine, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and University of Nevada, Reno. It's only few information about the Gish and their work.
Got it. Thank you. It's great. Test. Test. Okay. Good afternoon. Are we ready to go? Fantastic. Thanks for this great meeting and all these great colleagues that I work with all the time. Jasmine originally was one that brought me to the Central Asia, Eurasia area with her invitations. And of course, I've been in Georgia 3 other times. I got to my 4th visit. Fantastic place. And of course, David Irakli have been wonderful tour guides. I've been all over the country. But we're going to focus on hepatitis B today. I have a practice in San Jose where we have about 5,000 hepatitis B patients. So that's a direct, patient experience that I have. And I've been involved with Hepatitis B Foundation, who's been very involved with different guidelines, influencing guidelines, although I'll get into that discussion in a moment. There's a lot of debate. Hepatitis B Foundation, I encourage you to join. If you have hepatitis B patients, ask them to join the organization and follow what we do online. So there was a very interesting study about hepatitis B, and I want to start out with a patient voice. Usually it's all science, it's all about the liver. We don't even act like infectologists, we just act like we're liver doctors. But now we're listening to the patients, and these patients feel that hepatitis B has a major impact on their quality of life, whether it's physical, social, emotional, professional impact. They can't get married, can't have children, they're discriminated against, there's stigma in society. So we're really bringing the patient's voice very far forward. And now all the guideline committees have a patient. I'm not saying all, I don't know, in Georgia, Java, Amuka? Patients are involved? Okay, it's fantastic. This is really a new issue, new idea. Should have been 20 years ago, of course, or more. But anyway, building in the patients into this really helps guide the guidelines, helps guide governments, help guide policy, although often it comes back to money. But often even the money calculations are wrong, and I'll get back to that in a minute with the WHO. So patient providers are talking, and did your healthcare provider, this is a patient question, explain to you about choices about managing hepatitis B? Half the providers did not give the patient a choice. This is a big problem. We, and talk about dealing with WHO and other guidelines, is actually patient choice should be in those 7 little items you think about when treating hepatitis B. And then did you want to start treatment? half the providers said, didn't even ask this question, did not really get the patient engaged. And did your healthcare provider ask you to be involved in choices? Now here's good, yes, that was here. So there are some choices like no alcohol, monitoring your weight, treating fatty liver, testing the family. So there is some good interaction captured. So WHO came out with new guidelines, and you saw those already on that beautiful graph that was here, that waterfall graph, still way too complicated. But in the fine print, if you go deep into the WHO document, and this is Sue Wong, a friend of mine, if there are specific individual concerns about infectivity, transmission, stigma, oncogenicity, fibrosis, then the patient has a choice. We think this should be right at the front of the document, not on page 47 in the fine print, because the patient choice, we think, should be number one, and I'll get back to that as you hear a little bit of a repeat theme. One of the questions that I asked yesterday in Milan when we were dealing with this group debating the guidelines, and there was Marcus Kornberg that was there. He doesn't want to go liberal with the guidelines. He wants to stay conservative. Patrick Kennedy wants to treat everybody. Anna Locke doesn't. So there's still a lot of discussion in world KOLs about this. But there is no way to get to elimination if we're only treating 5 or 10% of the people. Globally right now, 4% of people with hepatitis B are on treatment. In the US, maybe 15% are on treatment. And we, as a guidance group from Hepatitis B Foundation, believe every person with hepatitis B who's DNA positive should be on treatment. That's the current push, and you'll see that more when I get into the Chinese guidelines. But before we go there, I want to talk about the triple panel. This is cost effective in any population to test once with a triple panel because it expedites all aspects of the medical care for that patient. So surface antigen equals infection, just one word, it's all you have to remember. But we're telling test all patients for delta antibody and test all patients for quantitative S antigen. I'll come back to that a little bit later. Core antibody is a nearly perfect test. If they have core, they have cccDNA. They have cccDNA, they can reactivate. If they have cccDNA, there is no reason to vaccinate. So we're saving lots of money on a $5 or $6 or $3 test and saving $40, $50, $60 if we don't vaccinate people. You saw in Armenia it was 40% that are core positive, or was it Georgia? 25. Okay, and what about 35 also? So that's 1/3 of people who don't need vaccine. That saves a lot of money and time. Then you can focus on the people who do need vaccine. And this whole issue about reactivation just is very important. Oncology, rheumatology, pulmonary, all the people who are using immune suppressants need to know about core test. The false positive rate for a core antibody test using Roche or Abbott or Diasorin is 1 in 500 patients. So believe it. I mean, you're not going to go really search for that 1 in 500. Core antibody, this is the information. And surface antibody only means immunity if core is negative. But we have a new term, if they're surface antibody positive and core antibody positive, that's called immune control. They have lower risk of reactivation with chemotherapy, immune suppression, or hepatitis C DAAs, right? That's the 3 family. So hepatitis B, we don't use the word cure, but we now use the word functional cure. That's when surface antigen goes negative, DNA is negative, doesn't matter about surface antibody, but functional cure is that term. It's not a real cure, but at least moves that patient towards much better survival. There's no such thing as healthy carrier. We've gotten rid of that word. There's no such thing as natural immunity. We've also removed that term. So this is probably the most important slide, for at least for a foundation. All right, vaccine I'm only going to talk about a moment, but this is how it's cost effective. Triple panel negative, those are the people who need to be vaccinated. Of course, you've got birth dose vaccine. It sounds like a fantastic effect here in Georgia, so I'm very happy about that. There's newer vaccines that are even more immunogenic, but today we don't test, we don't boost. You give them 3 doses of vaccine, you are done. No more testing, no boosting. Anybody that's asking for testing and boosting is 10 years out of date. This is included in the CDC guidelines that were published 2 years ago. That was a big fight that I went on for 10 years, getting the CDC to change, but we did that with Hepatitis B Foundation. So the biggest earth-shaking event in hepatitis B guidelines took place 2 years ago in China. One of my good friends, Jia Jidong, who knows Jasmine very well, he and his senior partner, Dr. Yu, put together these new guidelines, and I'm going to talk about those, why they are so important, because they're the most aggressive, but they are the closest to what we believe at the Hepatitis B Foundation. So antiviral therapy is recommended for patients with detectable DNA and elevated ALT, or if they fit one of these other specific areas. So if you look at this simply, over 30, DNA positive, treat. And that's what we are promoting with the Hepatitis B Foundation. That's who Homi Razavi, another good colleague of ours, is really pushing that. There's a big push inside AASLD and EASL to liberalize the guidelines to treat everybody. I'll get to WHO in just a moment. But just think about this. Detectable DNA, I don't care about ALT. If you're over 30, you're on treatment. Family history of hepatitis B or cancer, treat. Obviously, histology, imaging shows elevated fibrosis, treat. And then hepatitis B-related manifestations. What's not in their recommendations is patient voice, but we're trying to get that front and center in all the guidelines, and maybe they'll make an amendment for China. But that was an amazing event that took place. So, just pay attention to fatty liver, alcohol, metabolic syndrome, autoimmune, which is very rare, or genetic metabolic diseases. So don't just stop with hepatitis B. They need hepatitis C testing, delta testing, and make sure they're vaccinated for hepatitis A. A little bit more here, just talking about medications that are used. The only reason I'm putting this slide up is in China, they use interferon for about half their patients. I haven't used interferon in a decade, although it may come back. They're very liberal about interferon use. I think it's over-treatment, but at least they're putting all the frontline drugs like entecavir and tenofovir on here as well. So this is just a little bit more about the guidelines and a waterfall pattern. So you can, I'm going to share these slides with everybody so you can just have this. This puts things a little bit more simple. But look here, 92% of all hepatitis B infections in China fit this profile. So that basically means everybody's going to be on treatment, right? And Homi Razavi has shown in many countries that if you're surface antigen positive, 96% of people are DNA positive. So you could say, if you want to save money, don't do DNA, just put everybody on treatment. DNA, PCR, I don't know what it costs in this lab. Mamuka? Big question. Mamuka, if I come to you and I want to order a DNA, hepatitis B DNA quant, how much do I pay? $70? 60, 70. So 1 year, DNA. Right. So often they recommend DNA twice a year. That's $120, and tenofovir is $50. It's a lot cheaper to get the drug than to get DNA testing. And if the DNA is positive, you're going to treat and spend money on the drug anyway. So there's really been a big push where DNA testing is more expensive than the drug. It's just to put everybody on treatment. So we've come a long way. Still have a little bit further to go, but we're going to get there. There's also something in here on children. I know we have some pediatricians that are here. I'll share these with you later, but they're going down to age 14 and then talking about how to treat even at younger ages. So WHO is going deep, deep, deep and treat early, treat everyone, treat early, treat everyone. So a little bit more on that one that's interesting. This is just where this was published and originally, so just putting a little bit of credit here. So why treat everybody who's DNA positive? Well, there's 2 people dying every minute of hepatitis B. And they're dying of cancer or cirrhosis. We know if you treat hepatitis B with nukes, the risk for liver cancer drops 70% or more. And the chance of going to transplant from hepatitis B on nuke treatment is about 1%. So if you're on nukes, you're going to regress or stabilize. It's very rare that you would have progressive disease. How are we going to get to elimination? By treating selectively. We got to treat everybody to get to WHO guidelines. And the complexity of the guidelines are absolutely terrible, and that scares everybody off. They're too complicated. Also, what's not in this really assessment is the stigma, the discrimination that goes on against hepatitis B patients, and something called self-stigma, where they feel they're more infectious if they're not on treatment. You're on treatment, you are less infectious. We've got a number of models to prove that. So there's a lot of different issues in here, including alcohol overlapping with hepatitis B, fatty liver, both of which amplify the risk of liver cancer. So the move aggressively is to treat everybody. We're slowly going to get there. I see your guidelines came out. It's time to write a letter of response back to the government and say, you're out of date already. Let's move this forward, keep some dialogue going with them, and show the cost-effective modeling, because they're interested in money more than the patient, like where we are. So who's next, right? We got WHO guidelines. We had a little discussion, and what they went through with their research agenda is looking at all these different parameters. This is a 40 or 50-page document online. There's also a recording and a video. I'm going to go over this very quickly because we just have a few more minutes. But they really went through a variety of different issues, and they said who to treat. Still looks very complicated, right? Our model, DNA, treat. Here it's ALT, elastography, APRI score. What's the DNA level? Do they have co-infections? Way too complicated. But the good news is, the modeling is with WHO, they said that if you follow these guidelines, 70% of people will be on treatment. But that's 30% who are infectious, not on treatment, who could be infecting other people. So we don't think they went far enough, but they said number one is they were worried about cost, and not just WHO doesn't spend money, right? But the low and middle income countries are saying, don't tell us to treat everybody, we can't afford it. Did they do that with HIV? For a while, until there was backlash and there was advocacy. So right now we're fighting that model. And Tomi Razavi has said it's cheaper to treat everybody. In Gambia, Cameroon, Central Asia, there's all sorts of cost-effective models saying this is cost-effective at all country levels, depending on what that the drug cost is. There's a little bit of variation there. So WHO is making a big step forward, and you can go back to your Georgia government and say, oh, let's catch up with WHO. But elastography is quite useful. This just talks about eligibility criteria, just some of the other numbers I gave you with modeling that took place. And they did things in Ethiopia and Pakistan, a number of other countries, just to say this is what's going to happen with treatment expansion. They did incredible systematic reviews, meta-analysis, but they did nothing about stigma, nothing about discrimination, nothing about extrahepatic disease other than a very brief mention. So we think WHO is still leaving the patient out, including quality of life. But we're making progress. So anyway, there's an online document that I would refer you to, or I can get you a copy. Super good. Big launch, world estimate. This is in a puzzle where I was just a couple of months ago in Kyoto, and they had this whole panel and a half-day session. So we really did get the word out. So I think that's the end of it. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation, because I really just wanted to focus on guidelines. We call it the 5-line guideline. Test everybody, vaccinate everybody, check for occult hepatitis B, DNA positive, check for Delta, DNA positive, treat. 5 things you have to remember, nothing else. All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Gish, for this brilliant presentation. It's very attractive plan to treat everyone. Yeah, all clinicians will be very happy about this. But I have one question. It's easy, yeah. But I have one question regarding possible stopping of the treatment. As we know, in HB antigens, there's high rates of relapse after stopping of treatment. And in this case, as we see in Mamuka's presentation, we have majority of patients e-antigen negative and high viremic patients. Yeah, theoretically, if we treat all of them, regardless any other criteria, and after some years, after 3-5 years, if we stop treatment, or if patients stop treatment by themselves, are there concerns regarding high rates of relapses and?
Right. It's not necessarily a high rate of relapse, because people will relapse, they'll rebound afterwards. As if it's acute liver injury, if there's aggressive liver injury. And that is one of the reasons WHO didn't want to treat everybody. They said, oh, we treat everybody, people are going to relapse, and 1 out of 500 is going to flare. 1 out of 1,000 might need a liver transplant. But that doesn't balance benefit and risk, right? You have non-adherent patient who aren't being monitored, who self-stop. Still the injury risk is almost about 1 in 1,000. But you're helping 80 people, right? So you're helping 80, maybe hurting 1. So I think the WHO got that backwards. You still got to help everybody, and it's other people's personal responsibilities. So they were worried about this reactivation. They were worried about capacity. They were worried about cost. Those are the reasons they didn't go just to treat everybody. But we think each one of those arguments is weak, and we're writing a rebuttal letter to WHO right now. We're gonna fight with WHO on this. It's a great question.
Thank you for an amazing presentation. So my question is regarding to treat all. Is there any data in which countries is this most useful? We definitely know that if there is a very high prevalence of HPV infection, it will work perfectly. But will it work in USA? Will it work in Georgia, like intermediate prevalent countries? What's your opinion on how you should argue on the direction to WHO? In which countries it will be more useful to treat all patients?
Right now, the modeling that Homi Rizavi has done through the Polaris Institute called the CDA, it's in Denver, Colorado, Boulder, Colorado. It's cost effective in every country, provided your drug access is at a certain threshold. And I'll give you an example. I work in Vietnam all the time, and the cost of the generic wholesale, if I want to walk in and just buy it from a generic distributor, I can get it for about $80 for a year. But in Vietnam, there's usually 2 pharmacies in the middle. And by the time it gets to the patient, it's $600. So there's a price point, and then if you decide to treat everybody, then you go to the government, and then they partner with the manufacturers to get the price down under a certain threshold. We want to lead by treating everybody and then fight the finances second, instead of having the finances tell us who not to treat. That make sense?
Robert, thank you for your nice presentation. My question is concerning to children. What about children treatment? And next question is any risk factors for starting of treatment in viremic patients? Risk factor, age, gender, or other risk factors for starting.
Okay. So the first question is pediatrics. You can see WHO went down to 14, basically treat everybody within these little guidelines. And then if you're younger than 14, they're treating them if they have active liver disease. So a little bit more on staging. But as soon as the baby or the young person gets infected, the oncogenicity starts the next day. Hepatitis B is integrating into the genome of the liver cell, many, many different mutations, different locations. So the push for all of us is to treat as young as possible. We have now tenofovir dosing down to 3, H3, and you can get entecavir down to even younger than H3. There's a liquid formulation if you have access to that. So back to Hepatitis B Foundation, we're saying treat everybody, DNA positive, even if it's a child, because you're going to help those individuals. They're going to be less infectious in the school setting or home setting. There's a lot of horizontal transmission that takes place between children, actually. So we're basically moving that direction. We just got to get a little bit more data. Great. Risks for adults and choosing who to treat, is that your second question? DNA positive treat. And they really made a big statement yesterday in Milan and 2 days ago, and Nora Turo had it, she was a former president of ASLD, had her final slide at the bottom. It said, you should be looking for a reason not to treat. Like the patient refuses. They're moving. They won't come back for follow-up or testing. So basically treat everybody unless you have a reason not to treat. Very simple. HIV, we treat everybody. Hepatitis C, we treat everybody. Syphilis, we treat everybody. Why is it so complicated? Yeah, one time. You call it.
No, per day. Once in the life, only one tablet and one pill. No, no, no.
It's a dream.
It's in the future, I think. It will be fantastic.
We call it pie. We say it's pie in the sky.
One question. HPV DNA positive, we treat, yes. But there were information about ALT. ALT is upper normal limit. It's necessary?
If you want to make it complicated,
I mean,
there we go.
Non-cirrhotic patients, of course.
Yeah, the ALT does help guide you towards disease activity and staging. And if you have somebody who's got a high ALT and they're fully suppressed, alcohol, fatty liver, delta, hepatitis C, rarely autoimmune. So you really need to be thinking about the ALT as a liver enzyme, not a liver function test. It's not an LFT. It's an enzyme that indicates liver damage, and you use it to keep expanding your patient management.
One.
Dr. Gish, why should we hurry up and don't wait to the future? Maybe some beta drugs will be available in case of which this aggressive, massive treatment strategy would be more appropriate? Or we should not wait anything better, what we have today?
You need to start now. There are new medications coming. I know of 30 new drugs for hepatitis B. There's antisense, there's iRNAs, there's gene editing with what are called ARCUS, CRISPR, TLR7, TLR8, therapeutic vaccines, new interferons, CAMs. I mean, I could go down this huge list. The pharmaceutical industry and investors are putting billions of dollars into hepatitis B treatment. In 7 years, I'm predicting we'll have 50% functional cure at a cost of $200,000 US. Yeah, so 24 weeks, 4 drugs, 48 weeks, 3 drugs. It's going to be really expensive. But
We're stopping growth.
this is finite therapy, year or less, 50% S loss. That's what I'm predicting, because I know of all these drugs and what's happening kind of behind the scenes. We already have functional cure in some trials between 15 and 20% with as short as 24 weeks. That's right now.
From US Arbutus Pharma,
Arbutus? Yeah. Yeah, they've got a number of special.
but they have a lot of exclusion criteria, so we cannot
It's hard.
yet or are excluded out of like 12 we tried, but still probably will.
I'm glad Arbutus is here. Yeah, that's good. It's going to take a lot of work. I'm involved in many trials. We just had a big Altimmune trial, a global trial that failed. It was a therapeutic vaccine, a T-cell vaccine. Looked great in animals, all the preclinical looked good, it just didn't work. This is a very difficult virus. There is so much going on. cccDNA, integrants, X, this transcriptional activation. Hepatitis B has been around for 40,000 years. It's been in humans for 40,000 years. We're not going to figure this out in 1 year.
One more quick question.
I don't think the mic's working. Is there another one she could use?
She found that children above 10 years old were negative on anti-HBs. All of them were vaccinated, of course. So 14% were negative.
Right.
I didn't find a lot of studies about that. What will happen with these children if we don't boost them?
All right. So the question is, you've got a 10-year-old, a group of 10-year-olds, a proportion of them after vaccine are surface antibody negative. My first message is, don't test. If you do it by accident, I'm sure this happens. I totally. You're going to quote. There's a study in Senegal, 35 years. A study in Alaska, 35 years. Protection. They don't need surface antibody because they have memory B cells and memory T cells. These are long-term follow-up, 35 years, vaccine, no boosting. A lot of the individuals became surface antibody negative, and they still were exposed and cleared virus, protected. Right now, vaccinated, you're done. Now, the only two places in the CDC guidelines where they suggest boosting or testing is dialysis and HIV. No data. They just said, oh, they sound like high risk. We're going to put them in there, but no data. That's this whole issue about vaccinating and boosting. That's been going on for 30 years with no data. They finally got the data that it doesn't work, and now we're not doing it. But sometimes we do things without data, unfortunately. Should be the other way around.
One more question, please.
Anything?
One more question, if possible. Anything upcoming revolutionary in terms of hepatitis Delta virus? Any upcoming events in terms of Delta virus and anything new?
Very new, bulevirtide. Everyone heard of bulevirtide? It's crazy expensive. It was developed in Germany with Stefan Urban, then with a Russian company called Mir. And then Mir still has rights in Russia and maybe a few other countries, but Gilead bought this drug for $1.2 billion. They did get it approved conditionally in the EU, and it is going through approval in the US. The FDA keeps delaying it. They were supposed to say something last week, nothing happened. But bulevirtide binds the NTCP receptor. It's a bile acid receptor. It's a polyprotein that looks like part of hepatitis B. It's myristylated sugar on it. Binds the receptor so B and delta can't get into the liver cell. But it's a once daily injection indefinitely, right? 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But on treatment viral suppression, 2 logs, normal ALT, or delta RNA negative, is around 67%. So you have really good viral control in 2/3 of patients, but maintenance. But some data just came out at the meeting that if you combine interferon plus the high dose bulevirtide, 10 milligrams, 50% delta clearance off treatment. 50%. So it's a year of interferon, a year of bulevirtide, 50%, at least short term, had viral control. So we have hope.
And what about hepatitis B? Do we need, it's needed to treat both anti-hepatitis B treatment and the
Yes.
non-negative both combined, or just the new one is effective and enough?
The standard is Delta patients need to be on a nuke. They need to be on treatment for their hepatitis B to keep that under maximal control. And most of them are DNA positive. So yeah, the rule is everybody's on a nuke, and then you're gonna add bulevirtide, and then once you get really aggressive, it'll be interferon plus bulevirtide. That's what I'm gonna do as soon as I get access to the drug. I will use combination.
Thank you.
Data is compelling.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
All
much,
right.
Professor.
Thanks, everybody.
The last presentation before coffee break. HCV elimination program, success and challenges. It's a very interesting presentation from Maya because it's very, very, very different than we have seen from government on CDC, etc. I think. Director of Health Research Union. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I will try to be short. Everybody's hungry, probably. Okay, so Georgia is a high HCV prevalence country. Before elimination program initiation, we had national survey funded by US CDC, and we found 7.7% of HCV prevalence. and 5.4% of chronic HCV prevalence. High prevalence among drug users, among MSM population, among healthcare workers. So this survey was done in 2015. The highest prevalence was seen among males from 30 to 49. We see chronic prevalence 11, 18, and 18%. And still, this is, even currently, after 10 years, most hard to reach part of our population. And about risk factors, we have big contribution of injection drug use, blood transfusion, but 46% we don't know where they have from. So we think that's from healthcare, unfortunately. So why Georgia was chosen as HCV elimination country? There are a lot of conversations about that. Unfortunately, people think that we were an experimental country, that US imposed this program, but of course it wasn't true. There were a lot of candidate countries, by the way. In 2014 in London, we had a big competition with other countries on EASL. And we wanted very much this program as other countries. And we were very happy that Georgia was chosen. Of course, there was a reason why we were chosen. Not because we were the most beautiful group, but because there were reasons. And nobody imposed, of course. We're a small country, optimal site for piloting. So that's the first reason. And we had very high burden in infection, and with low cost, relatively low cost, we could show great success, I mean, in lowest cost compared to other countries. We had huge commitment to address this problem. We had quite developed human resource capacity. US CDC had very comprehensive evaluation of clinics, and 4 of us were chosen as to be ready to start immediately the program. One of this was Mrcheveli, one neolab, which I'm representing now, and 2 other clinics. So 4 clinics were ready to start. And of course, it saved a lot of money for training, preparation, for infrastructure development. All this had PCR labs and human resources. Strong civil society organizations. We have a lot of NGOs working in this field. Now they will be all agents, unfortunately. But by then, they were not agents, they were normal people. So we have very well-established harm reduction services, partnership with US CDC, and commitment of Gilead to support drugs free of charge. And by then, I would remind you that the cost of sofosbuvir was 80,000 per dose, market price, and it was most expensive medication in the world. So the target was to diagnose 90%, treat 95%, and cure 95%. I will skip this one. Because I don't have enough time. First phase, we used sofosbuvir, interferon ribavirin regimen, and we were using, of course, genotype to decide treatment regimen. Then we switched to Harmony, and again we were using PEG at some combinations, but currently we don't use any more PEG, and we don't use genotype because we have pan-genotypic regimen, sofosbuvir well, and with or without ribavirin. Okay, we have seen this slide at Mamuka's presentation, but it was about hepatitis B. We see that in a new national seroprevalence survey in 2021, we have 3 times decrease of chronic HCV prevalence. That's a great success, but not like we expected. We wanted more, and we have a lot of barriers why we have not reached elimination, in fact. So that's the current situation. By March 31, we have overall, out of a lot of people screened, 165,000 HCV positive. Among them, so we see that we have lost almost 20,000 people who are anti-HCV positive and never had RNA testing. then we have lost 14,000 people who are RNA positive and never initiated treatment. That's our biggest challenge now. So we have lost overall 33,000 people who are infected and never were enrolled in the treatment. So 82,000 people were treated. Treatment completion is not a big issue. We don't lose people if they start treatment. Another concern is loss to follow-up for SVR tests. So we lose 25% of people. They never come back for SVR test. Out of those who were tested, 99% are cured. But intent to treat analysis shows that it's 71%. Okay. There was a project done by CDC to reach proactively those lost people. They were calling 3 times each individual who did not show up for the treatment. Well, some people say it was successful, some people say it was not, but these are percentages. They managed to enroll 26% of those viremic patients and 24% of antibody positive. Maybe not bad, but still, even after 3 calls, only 1/5 of people came back for the treatment. One of the major challenges is that people get tested and they are not notified about their test results. Particularly, it's happening in tertiary hospitals. People are in the hospitals, they have tests, they even don't know that their blood was screened or even RNA was done. And they are discharged from the hospital not knowing they have hepatitis C. Nobody even calls or... So unfortunately, there are a lot of cases who come at the clinic with liver cirrhosis. We see in the database that they were positive in 2015, 16. They didn't know about it. And people could be saved from liver cirrhosis and HCC if they would knew earlier their test result. That's a huge problem. Almost half of the people reported after they were calling. They did not have any idea they had hepatitis C. But it's ongoing. It's true about blood donors, it's true about pregnant women, and it's true about tertiary hospital patients. But the huge problem is tertiary hospitals. Out of RNA positives, only 62% were aware that they have active hepatitis C. And we don't know how to help it. We have huge problem of reinfection. But unfortunately, government is not retesting people by PCR tests. So retesting is done only by their own expense if patient decides to come and do the test, or by some little pilot projects. So we have high proportion of reinfection among MSM, among IDUs. Among general population, it's 2%, but this project is ongoing. So briefly about PWID. Our organization did size estimation study in 2022, and we estimated to have 50,000 active drug users currently in Georgia, 1.5% of adult population. And they have 3 times higher HCV prevalence than general population. We have 11 NSP sites, we have 22 OST sites, and 6 integrated HCV testing and treatment sites currently in the country. And we have 4 gene expert sites where they can do RNA testing on site in NSP sites. But still, we have huge reinfection. 13% of drug users found to be reinfected, again by this IBSS study. We still have 18% of PWID who need HCV treatment. And you can imagine what's the distribution of HCV by them around their peers. So they have very low HPV vaccination rate and low willingness to get vaccinated. So of course there are some activities to improve enrollment, but they are not enough. The treatment was decentralized in harm reduction sites and primary care sites. Algorithm of diagnostics was simplified. We did some pilot projects to understand if they work, For example, one of them was door-to-door hepatitis C screening and testing. It was published in Journal of Screening. So we reached almost 5,000 people by door-to-door knocking in 4 cities in Georgia. And overall, we found 48 HCV positive people, so 1% of those who were never screened. Acceptance was good, but there were a lot of conversation. Was it cost effective or not? So no direct answer. If we consider 1% is good, or we say that it's low, we don't know. Another project which we conducted was patient navigator services at the hospitals. Because as I said, a lot of people are discharged without knowing test result. We assigned patient navigators who were communicating patients about their test result, then having 3 reminder calls, helping them to make an appointment, and then monitor linkage to care. That's what happens. So on average, it was like 45% linkage by navigators. Again, it's good or bad, we don't know, still not bad. But unfortunately, government never assigned navigators after this project. Project finished and we don't have navigators at hospitals, but still I believe that they work, because 45% maybe is not bad. So major reasons of not linked were, many people just were not naming any reasons, they just refused. Lost to follow up due to health condition. People believe, even unfortunately physicians believe that old people should not get treatment. I don't know why. Some people died soon after discharge. And we have a lot of problem with migration. People leave the country without treatment. Okay, well, last end. So we had established a cohort of cured patients who reached SVR and had advanced liver fibrosis, F3 or F4. Mrcheveli was also part of this project. 4 clinics were participating. Our clinic, Neolab, HEPA, Mrcheveli, and Infectious Diseases Clinic. So overall, about 600 people were enrolled. We see here fibrosis level dynamics. 23 kilopascal by FibroScan at baseline, and 13 after these follow-ups. And below we see FIB4 dynamics. ALT level, dynamics of ALT level, average from 111 to 26.2, same with AST. Here we see increase of platelet count. All these, of course, are statistically significant, which I showed. PLT count increased. Spleen size decreased. Ascites resolved in 75% of patients, but developed in 3.2% of patients after cure. HCC. During this 4 follow-up visit, reminding it was like almost 6-year follow-up, we had 12 HCC cases among cured patients. Annual incidence 0.4 per 100 person years. Mean age 55. Among these 12 patients, 7 died during follow-up period. Unfortunately, we don't have comparative group to compare of those who were not treated. Another little study, case control study among seroconverters. We pulled out from database 260 patients who seroconverted during last year and compared with those who did not. Logistic regression analysis showed that age older than 40, male sex, IDU, history of surgery, spending more than 24 hours of hospitalization, and occupational exposure were main risk factors. Another case control study is among acute hepatitis cases. We had 27 new acute cases and 62 controls. Independent risk factors, more than 24 hours of hospitalization, and history of tattoo or piercing.
I will remind that this hospitalization was mostly during COVID pandemic. And we know that during COVID, at clinics, people had a lot of problems with viral and bacterial hospital-acquired infections because infection control was close to zero. Currently, we do incentivized treatment project, so we pay money to PWID and their peers who bring them for the treatment and to get vaccine. Well, that's very preliminary, but unfortunately, we see that it doesn't work well. Money does not help. If the person doesn't want to get treatment, they don't want. That's all, thank you.
Yeah, very, very interesting, Maya, and we can really realize the situation in other ways. Questions, please?
Thank you, dear Maya, for your nice presentation. I have one comment and two questions. So, do you have any information anti-HBC antigen among the HCV infected patients? Do you have information?
Yeah, because we screen all HCV patients on core antibodies. It's not very different than from general population. It's about 25%.
25. You showed information about 12 cases of HCC. Maybe, do you have information, is there positive core antigen antibody among 12 HCC patients?
Yeah, that's a good question, but we have not looked.
Please check it.
Because in the chart review, we did not have this point, information about hepatitis B. Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, sorry, Robert. Do you have any information about children concerning HCV infection, and any new information about new cases of infection?
Among children?
Not.
Overall?
Overall.
Yeah, about new cases, I showed this case control study. So we have huge seroconversion. Unfortunately, we have still ongoing transmission. Tattoo salons,
yes.
Hospitals, that's major problem. I didn't show all studies, I didn't have enough time. We also had one study studying endoscopic procedures as possible, but they did not show to be risk factor, endoscopic procedures. So we have hospitalization and tattoo piercing, major transmission risks. About children, we have few children with HCV. Recently the guideline changed, and now we treat children older than 3. Before that, we were not treating children with antivirals. Currently, we have some few children on the treatment, or some of them were already cured. No side effects, treatment goes perfectly.
The amount of infected children?
Exact statistics I don't have now with me, but they are very few.
Thank you.
It's okay. Now, what you've done in Georgia is absolutely fantastic, and I just want to make everybody aware that most of the people I know did not know where Georgia was until you did your elimination program. So you have put yourself on the map, which is great. I thought that Ray Shinazi had some connection in Georgia. Was Dr. Shinazi part of the elimination plan and ramp up? Do you know that name?
Yeah, I know that name. I know him, but he was just advising at the conferences, just private conversations meeting, but not officially part of the program. But we have TAG, training treatment advisory group, with 12 members from different countries. We have annual meetings of TAGs. They update every time recommendations. Some are considered by government, some not, unfortunately. Dr. Shinazi is not part of TAG.
And they were just here?
Yes, they were recently here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I got some messages. Does your treatment policy require genotyping, or that's completely out?
That's removed. It's been 1 year after pangenotyping was introduced.
There's still insurance companies in the U.S. that ask me to genotype my patient before they'll approve it. It's just a game, so they don't have to pay. but it's kind of funny. Last question, liver cancer surveillance. What's the standard of care in Georgia, or is there a standard?
Well, unfortunately, that's a tough part. First of all, we as infectious diseases physicians, when we see a patient by ultrasound, we have suspicion on HCC, we refer them on oncologists or abdominal surgeons, or they go to Turkey or Belarus or whatever. We lose them. So there is no good surveillance. Of course, cancer, transplantation, yeah. There are several points where Georgian people like to go for transplantation or even surgery. So we have cancer registry. My data were, by the way, pulled from cancer registry, but we don't believe that that's accurate because, as I said, a lot of patients are going abroad and we'll lose them from our site.
Thank you. Great work.
There was information that this project will finish at the end to 2025. Is there any new information?
Probably that will be true, unfortunately, because we don't hear anything from Gilead about extension, and now that foreign organizations will become agents, probably it's least realistic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have about 20 minutes for coffee break because we miss our
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I am medical oncologist Nia Sharikadze. It's a great honor for me to have a speech at your excellent conference. So thank you for invitation. And my goal is to share with you management and treatment of HCC and challenges locally in Georgia. So it's well aware that HCC is the 6th most common cancer in whole world and the same in Georgia, and unfortunately 3rd most common cause of cancer mortality globally. Most challenging is that we have 2 main diseases, so chronic liver diseases and liver cancer. That's why it's a treatment of this disease is more problematic. So this is the incidence of in Georgia, about 476 liver cancers, including the hepatocellular carcinoma and cholangiocarcinoma. About 400, it's only HCC, and the mortality is pretty high, 416, including the cholangiocarcinoma. We do not have more accurate data related with HCC only. This is the epidemiology, and unfortunately, despite the advances in the HCC treatment, we have still increasing the mortality. And more than 90% of HCC cases occur on chronic liver diseases, including the viral hepatitis, alcohol intake, and the steatosis as well. This is the risk stratification in HCC, and I'll take more attention to these main issues. Etiology, as I already mentioned, is hepatitis C and hepatitis V and metabolic disease and alcohol. And most diagnostic feature is based on radiology evaluation, CT or MRI in special modalities. But now more and more cases with mixed pathology, so including the HCC plus cholangiocarcinoma, and more cases we need to confirm by pathology. And as the oncology era based on targeted therapy, we need more molecular assays. Maybe we can find some targetable molecular mutations for treatment. So, as I already mentioned, that we have chronic liver disease, liver function is main to treat or not to treat the HCC. And we already include the child pool, and we know that we need to treat child A and child B7 and not to treat more above 8, 9 and more, because in these cases, it's more convenient to treat best supportive care, to perform best supportive care than treat systemic anti-cancer therapy. Portal hypertension, it's a main as well, because we need to know, and it's a base for the decision making for the first-line treatment in hepatocellular carcinoma, and MELT score, it's for transplantation. And the staging, Barcelona Clinics liver cancer, it include both TNM classification, liver function child pool, and other performance status as well. So it's important to make decision. And you see that workup here. We have the 4 main groups in HCC: potentially resectable and transplantable. Second, it's unresectable, liver confined disease in inoperable or performance status or comorbidities. And the 4th is metastatic disease, when we need to treat with systemic anti-cancer treatment. So this is the first issue and first challenging what we have locally in Georgia. And HCC is one from few cancer diseases where we can perform the primary prevention. What it means, we can prevent developing of this cancer. This is the HPV vaccination, which already started from 2003 in Georgia, and antiviral treatment and in HBV and HCV as well. So with the vaccination and with the timely manner treatment with, of viral infection, we can prevent developing of HCC. Secondary prevention means detect on early stage a hepatocellular carcinoma where the patients still have chance to be cured. And of course, this is the main challenging because you already know that we have an elimination program in Georgia from 2015, from 2015, and these patients should be under close monitoring and should be under screening lifelong time, and every 6 months ultrasound confirmation and plus alpha fetoprotein. We know that this is very specific but not so sensitive, but these two components together, ultrasound and alpha fetoprotein, may be helpful in further investigation and planning to exclude or confirm HCC. Tertiary prevention means to treat the disease, decrease the symptoms, and to try to increase overall survival and increase the progression-free survival in these patients. So this is very important for all our audience. It's related to primary healthcare professionals, hepatologists or gastroenterologists who treat the patients with cirrhosis, with viral infection, HCV or HPV, because duration of screening is a lifelong, and screening interval every 6 months, and the method of screening is ultrasound and alpha fetoprotein. If we detect any kind of lesion in the liver, we need to go deeply and perform CT or MRI in special modality. This is the problematic, previous slide is problematic, and I think that these patients who should be under close monitoring are without, and unfortunately we detect the more advanced stages of HCC, and they lose the chance to be cured. This is the more useful staging system, BCLC, and here you see that we have the very early stage, intermediate, advanced stage. For medical oncologists, is interesting intermediate and advanced stages where we are able to perform the systemic treatment. But step by step and every year we see more clinical trials where we have the chance to combine in early stage the surgery, resection, ablation with systemic therapy, transarterial hemoembolization, following with the immunotherapy or following with tyrosine kinase inhibitors, etc. So it's important to have multidisciplinary tumor board regularly and discuss every patient case by case. Curative treatment for localized HCC, you see here that when we have resection, we have to increase overall survival, 5-year survival about 70%. During the ablation, which is very, very close to, for small size of lesions, very similar as surgery. And we can see the overall survival about 45–50%, and in transplantation, during the transplantation, it's more than 70 years. But unfortunately, these patients still have the recurrence percentage, and it's pretty high. Here you will see when we detect the early or very early stage, overall survival is more than 5 years. And unfortunately, advanced stage about 2 years. And these 2 years, about 30%, no more, unfortunately. You see about the systemic treatment, I don't bore you with the names of the medicines because they are a lot. And you see that from 2007, during 10 years, we do not have any new directions in the treatment. We have only sorafenib, and objective response rate is only 2%, and the overall survival about 1 year, 10 months. And from 2017 till to up to date, we have a big list of the treatment, but main challenging it's which one is a first line, which was the second line and beyond. We need to choose very precisely sequencing and optimize and take in account the safety of this treatment as well. So briefly, this advanced stage, you already know that where the disease is outside of the liver, we have the damage of the visceral organs, or in case when the patient have intermediate stage by Barcelona criteria, but they are not able to perform the local regional treatment. As I already told that we have two diseases. This is a chronic liver disease and the liver cancer. We always need to keep in mind the liver function, and we already treat only the good child AE 5 or 6, and sometimes we need to treat child B7 and no above. Esophageal varices is contraindication for first-line treatment, but it's not mean that it's absolutely contraindicated. We need to treat the esophageal varices and then continue systemic therapy as well. This is the available treatment for Georgia, and I am proud to inform you that we have the unlimited reimbursement related with this treatment because it's very expensive, but this is only one available first-line treatment in Georgia. We do not have immunotherapy reimbursement, but sometimes when it's necessary, patients pay from their pocket, and it's very financially toxic. This is the improvements and this is the results, and we first time in the treatment of HCC see the overall survival pretty impressive, about 2 years and more, and the PFS, so disease-free survival, about 7 months. It's very impressive to compare with sorafenib, and this clinical trial was compared with sorafenib first-line treatment. This is a safety profile, and really you see that atezolizumab, it's an immunotherapy and anti-VEGFR treatment complex combination. It's a safety, it's a pretty convenient for our patients. This is briefly about the first-line treatment, and you will see here that beva-atezolizumab's combination, it's more promising. Here we have the dual immunotherapy combination. It's pretty promising, and the lenvatinib as well. The sorafenib, it's less efficacy. Briefly about how to choose first-line treatment. It's very important because we have some contraindications when we have the high risk of bleeding, when we have the esophageal varices. It's absolutely contraindicated for atezolizumab because bevacizumab and durvalumab and another immunotherapy, it's a contraindicated when patients it's frail or have the uncontrolled autoimmune diseases, and lenvatinib, it's good, but it's not available in Georgia. This is sequencing, and because it's really challenging for Georgia that we have only one first-line treatment, and we do not have, I mean that we do not have reimbursement in this field. We do not have reimbursement of tremelimumab, durvalumab, sorafenib, lenvatinib, and second line and beyond treatment. But more and more patients are available for second and beyond treatment because overall survival is pretty impressive, increase, and patients are able to refer for next second line and beyond therapy. This is our medical oncologist guideline. It's absolutely same. And this is the main and important, and this is really challenging for our country because as Maya told about the hepatologist, about the decentralization, we have same problem in oncology. We do not have big comprehensive centers. Our clinics, 99% are private, and there is no comprehensive centers. We are separately with surgeons, with interventional radiologists, with pathologists. So, it's very important, and I like this slide because here is the clinical trials which show effect and correlation with outcomes. And when the clinics have the only one meeting per week, it's really significantly improves the patient survival. So later I'll show you how it's realized in the numbers and how we can increase and have more precise diagnosis and choose the patient for combination therapy. This is the good slide. Despite the very early stage and the extensive stage, we still can involve all specialists. Local regional therapy, it means the interventional radiologists, surgeons, and here in the extensive disease, we still have the role of interventional radiologists. So we need to make decision based on discussion. Surveillance, it's main because failures in surveillance process contribute to the poor prognosis and low overall survival in HCC. And this is the same what the Mamuka told us about the surveillance, how to need to control the patient. And primarily, patients are admitted to the primary healthcare professionals, gastroenterologists and hepatologists. And what means the screening? Screening means that we need to have nearby the radiologist whom we trust, and the ultrasound examination regularly, and then later we have suspicious or high suspicious of HCC. So diagnosis, as I already mentioned, it's a very heterogeneous and silently developed, so we need to screen them by evidence-based data, so ultrasound. So, and later when we have the high suspicious of the HCC, we need to involve the oncologist and pathologist. Pathologist is important, as I already mentioned, and oncologists together to make decision how to treat the patients. And how the MDT management changed the radiology diagnosis and how to change pathology diagnosis. In 80% by MDT was changed the radiology diagnosis, and in 10% was changed pathology diagnosis. So it's very important to have such MDT meetings regularly. This is how to precisely we can diagnose and how to treat, because it's really affect on the treatment decision, referral and treatment. Why MDT's approach is important? We need to have in timely manner referral, and we need to send the patient appropriately to the interventional radiologist, to the surgeon, to the transplantologist, or start as soon as possible systemic therapy. And later on, here we are all together, including surgeons, and here how MDT decision decrease the number of referral days, and it's really correlated with serious outcome. Survival outcomes, and this is the final summary. Complexity of HCC cancer and underlying chronic liver disease requires multidisciplinary management to tackle the need of each patient, improve survival rate. And it's really increase the overall survival. This is how we can choose surgeons. With MDT surgery role, it's more than without, and same with radiation, local regional treatment, and global systemic therapy as well. And this is very good example how MDT, regular MDT decision make improve the overall survival of the patients from 5-8 months till 31 months. And every day we have new directions and new effective treatment in oncology. So as I told, we have more and more second and third line therapy. So we do not lose this chance for our patients to be cured or to increase significantly overall survival. This is the ideal journey for our patients. Primary patient manager may be general practitioner, gastroenterologist, hepatologist, and when they suspect that there is a high suspicion of HCC, we need to confirm it by imaging, that evaluate the liver status, functional status, and if necessary, confirm by pathologist. And then together make decision about the further effective and promising treatment. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a great presentation. I would ask you about your personal opinion. What it might be the main reasons why we don't have MDT approach to widely available to our cancer patients? Maybe there are some personal issues, maybe there are some infrastructural issues, educational issues, some medical coverage issues. I don't know, maybe just your personal opinion.
My personal opinion, it's first of it's institutional problems. Second, it's educational, because we talk about that we need to improve the knowledge of primary healthcare doctors. It don't mean that my presentation don't mean that we don't treat the patient based on MDT, but I mean that globally in Georgia we have the serious gap of that. So we are separately, despite that we have a lot of calls between each other, between radiologists and pathologists, we need to sit down around the round table and make decisions regularly, because the knowledge will be improved, all of us. We can teach from the radiologists or from pathologists, and they can teach from us approach, new standards and everything. So I think that it's a need, but it should be mandatory. It should be mandatory. When we have the reimbursement, very expensive treatment, from my point of view, Ministry of Health should request from us at least written summary of MDT. And then it should be implemented in all clinics. Yes, it's my opinion, it's my suggestion.
I am fully sharing your opinion. This I see future in this way as well, because if in place of Ministry of Health, I would cover the medical costs of those patients who are diagnosed and managed by MDT teams, and not by one surgeon or one some hepatologist or oncologist even, or etc. Yeah, it will somehow change the landscape of this oncology, yeah,
and outcome as well. So my suggestion related that we are oncologists, we are working on diagnostic workup, and when we have in future, hope so, MDT decision to this patient have cirrhosis or HCV or some fatty liver and needs to confirm or exclude diagnosis with HCC by radiology. And we're working on that, so there is a list, and now I plan to include all 3 diagnostic lab tests in this list. And one of that are MRI with special modalities for HCC, and I think it's absolutely possible to have reimbursement of CT or MRI for high-risk patients when we have some suspicions by ultrasound or and alpha-feta protein.
So great presentation, thank you. In the AASLD guidelines, they said for viral hepatitis, treat after curative therapy. So if you see a patient with a 4-centimeter liver cancer, you're going through your MDT with hepatitis C, are you treating immediately or are you waiting till they get their cancer treated?
We have both cases, so we always keep in mind the overall survival, expectancy life, what situation we have. We're working with our hepatologist and we started the treatment immediately if it's possible.
That's smart, because in the US, a lot of people wait, but these
No,
viral-
we don't wait.
Yeah, you're smart, thank you.
Same with other cancer types, because when we have the close collaboration with our hepatologist, we treat the patients with anti-HPV treatment simultaneously, and same with HCV.
Professor Nia, thank you for your excellent presentations. I would like to know which is the main risk factor of HCC in Georgia?
So we do not have very accurate data, so I would like to ask to our hepatologist. Yes, we don't know yet, but my private experience, most patients are with HCV.
Because it is very important for prevention of
Yes.
HCC in each country.
Yes, yes, and so we have one idea related this to ask, I don't know to whom ask, to have the, to identify how many patients with already eliminated HCV develop HCC. Because it's very important. Maya, maybe we can manage such trial together.
You have a number of patients with HCC.
Yeah.
Among them, which is the predominant risk
HCV,
factor?
90% it's HCV.
HCV.
Yeah.
Yes,
But I am not only oncologist who treat the HCC, so that's why. So we have cancer registry. Yeah, yes, that's why it's easier. So we have cancer registry. We can follow the patients who are already eliminated from HCV and compare it with the data for HCC. Yes.
They didn't know they have HCC or not. That's why when we started treatment with HCV, there were information that after this treatment, the patient developed HCC.
Because they're overall, yeah, and that's why, because overall survival increased and they don't die with decompensated liver diseases, but they are still alive and have the HCC.
Two additional questions. Any information about metabolic dysfunction associated HCC in Georgia? Any information?
No information, but less correlation with HCV. It's my private experience, but we need to check it.
Because as you remember my slides, we
Yes.
have accumulation of risk factors.
Yeah, obesity and the
Yes,
metabolic
because
diseases,
metabolic
yeah.
associated. So, and final, my question is, you mentioned always only alpha-fetoprotein. What about PIVKA in your case?
Yeah, do you know I have only 2 or 3 patients where I check the PIVKA, but there is no any in the guidelines yet. Yeah, I know that it's more sensitive than alpha fetoprotein. Yes, but not yet in the guidelines. So we do not have the PIVKA checking.
I need your opinion.
Available, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So the AFPL3 and DCP are in the Japanese guidelines. They have been for 15 years, and
Yeah.
Japan has the best survival in the world. It's also mentioned in AASLD and EASL guidelines, but it's in the fine print. It's
Yes.
not in a box, but it's in the guidelines. And the people who are guiding this, like Amit Singhal, Hesham El Sarag, other people, they're waiting for this giant 5-year prospective randomized study to get data. But I think it's time to use it now. I've been using all 3 biomarkers for over 10 years. They're fantastic.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your consultation.
And depends who will pay for this.
Yes, because mostly availability and the time response.
Get the Wako, the Fuji film, and they have all 3 assays for you. Little kit.
Yeah, it's not difficult. Several times we use your lab to send it to Germany. Yeah.
I don't know what the cost here. In the US, all 3 biomarkers are $180, but AFP is $90. It's just a little bit more.
More, yeah. So experts' opinion is very important because I plan to, with collaboration our colleagues, to put in workup all 3 markers for HBV, and then we make decision about the PIVKA and alpha fetoprotein L3 and routine alpha fetoprotein as well.
Good plan.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nia, for your perfect presentation. So our next speaker is Professor Gish to update to say the state-of-art lecture on liver cancer management. Please, Professor Gish.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and get this adjusted here. All right, so I think that my presentation is going to interface very well with Dr. Nia. I'm going to skip through some slides because there's a little bit of repetition here, but I think it'll be also a chance to do some contrast. I'm usually managing 60 to 70 HCC patients at any given time, and in many cases I'm the primary provider for them, and then I interface with the rest of the MDT. So I'll get into that a little bit later, but this is a very big part of my life, and the slide is not going. The battery may have died. It's on. Okay, got it. Okay, I was pushing the wrong one. Sorry. Thank you. So I'm going to go through issues about prevalence and consequences, strategies for classification, including diagnosis, and then talk about treatment options, especially going into systemic therapy, since you've already heard about ablation, surgery, and transplant. And let's get this to go. This is the 3rd leading cause of cancer death worldwide, according to this most recent survey. And what's on the next slide is even more shocking. So they talk about lethality. So you have incidence and mortality and what's called a mortality ratio. And this is the biggest news. I just saw this recently, that this now becomes the most fatal cancer that we have, even though the incidence may be a little bit lower. And this has to do with late diagnosis and challenges with curative treatment. This is a global burden, which you've already heard about, but the biggest issue is this rising incidence of cancer, especially related to hepatitis B, is expected to double between now and 2040. That's a disaster because nobody's getting treated. You have hepatitis B, you get treatment, 70 or 90% reduction in cancer risk, depending on where you are on that strata and how early you're being diagnosed. This says 90% of liver cancer and cirrhosis. I'm going to say it's about 80%, and I'll talk about that more because NASH, MAFLD, MASLD, MASH, all these little letters we have, that's really the rising and #1 cause of HCC in the US. And the problem is of the NASH patients, 1/3 don't have cirrhosis when they're diagnosed, so they're big change. This is definitely different etiologies. The reason I'm putting up here is that alcohol tends to vary a little bit depending on where you are in the world. In the US, it says alcohol is 37% and other is 21%. Other here is probably pure fatty liver, but alcohol and fatty liver overlap. They amplify each other, and it's very hard to find patients that are just pure fatty liver. You're really talking about fatty liver plus alcohol as an amplifier. This just gives you about cancer reduction of all cancers, but liver cancer, huge increase that's occurring. Hepatitis B and fatty liver with an alcohol overlay. Smoking definitely is a multiplier effect. You heard about aflatoxins already from Jasmine, and then there's some other genetic issues that are involved, but really putting metabolic syndrome front and center. Spectrum of primary cancers. This has to do with what happens on a molecular basis with this cancer. And there's these different versions, including overlap, which Jasmine also talked about, where you can have liver cancer and cholangiocarcinoma together. At the bottom, you're talking about molecular alterations, but unfortunately, none of these molecular changes are targetable yet. So tyrosine kinase is not one that we map for this, for instance, but there's other ones that are in here that may eventually become targets. And one example of this is this IDH and cholangiocarcinoma. We have specific drugs now that target IDH and FGFR2. So in cholangiocarcinoma, we're making even some better strides than we are with HCC in terms of developing new drugs. This is HCC in the absence of cirrhosis, 1,500 VA patients with liver cancer, patients without cirrhosis between high and low probability. But the bottom line here is that fatty liver was the explanation in most of these patients who developed liver cancer without cirrhosis. What we don't know is when we start surveillance in those patients with level 3, stage 3 fibrosis. But I'm doing the triple panel. I think the triple panel is very useful. That's my favorite test now, and I've been doing it for over a decade. I've got fatty liver, stage 3, triple panel, GALAD score is negative. Then I don't do surveillance. If they have a positive or elevated GALAD score, I start surveillance with ultrasound and triple panel every 6 months. So we can treat with hepatitis C. Also, when you get an SVR, you also get a 70 to 90% reduction in cancer risk in hepatitis C patients. You continue surveillance in hepatitis C patients as long as they have cirrhosis. If they go down to F3 or F2, I do the triple panel. Triple panel's negative, I stop surveillance. So it's been very useful. I've had 0 misses in 10 years. No late HCC diagnosis. This is, again, just what happens with hepatitis C and the cure and the cumulative incidence of HCC. Huge reduction. Look what's happened. Hepatitis C-related HCC declined. This is all obviously old information, 2018, but that number continues to go down. Alcohol is rising. Fatty liver is rising. Hepatitis B is pretty much flat, at least in the US. This is alcohol-related issues, and you've got this incidence, and you've got this relative risk ratio where alcohol plus diabetes or alcohol plus hepatitis C, now you're going up to about a 60-fold increased risk. Hepatitis B plus fatty liver, 20 times increased risk of having fatty liver or hepatitis B alone. It's a huge amplifier. Reduction, and again, we've already talked about this. Vaccine obviously is first line, but putting people on treatment early, full viral suppression, super important. Managing fatty liver, managing alcohol in your hepatitis B patients, checking for Delta, checking for hepatitis C, very important. So what just happened at yesterday in Milan, the final talk for the entire meeting was a CLIMB study that I've been working on for 5 years. This is a company called Helio. They have a blood panel looking at methylation of DNA, and it's a circulating blood marker. And they did a head-to-head prospective randomized trial, methylation marker in patients versus ultrasound plus AFP. As you can see the different categories that are here. The take-home message here is that in really small, just happened? That's right. In patients with small tumors, less than 2 centimeters, this methylation panel was much, much more sensitive in ultrasound, AFP, or combined. These patients were moved to MR or CT, predominantly MR scan, to detect and diagnose HCC. But this methylation panel was absolutely, I think, a step forward, and hopefully this will go for FDA clearance. There's another panel that's smaller than this, meaning a much more restricted number of markers, including methylation, from Exact Sciences. Exact Sciences is quite famous for their colon cancer test, but they also have an HCC test. So newer and better biomarkers are going through the FDA. The triple panel is FDA cleared. The AFP was approved in 2011 with L3 by the FDA. DCP, which is PIVKA2, but DCP is the name we use, was FDA cleared in 2006. So we've had all three of these biomarkers FDA cleared, but because they didn't have a large prospective study, it didn't make it into the guidelines in a first position. Sometimes we make decisions on cross-sectional studies, cohort studies. There's other ways to make clinical decisions. You saw this beautiful slide from Dr. Nia before. This is one I'm just showing that it gets even more complicated. The Indian National Association for the Study of Liver went into all these little subcategories, just depending on the number of tumors, where they're extended. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but you can get this very complicated. And this is what our liver cancer patients look like. You have to go through all sorts of different criteria to figure exactly where they are. This is the BCLC update, which is a little bit simpler, a little bit easier to understand, and this is really what we follow in the US. The NCCN guidelines that Dr. Nia showed also, I'm not sure who follows those. The oncologists publish them, but in the hepatology world, we really don't look at those. This is really how we live our life. There is some issues about liver cancer quality of care and what's called the post-MELD exception era. So liver transplant in the United States has changed radically over time. It's gone through 4 different generations. But once they went into what's called MELD exception and giving liver cancer patients extra points, they started getting a major advantage in the United States. And there was even giving all these algorithms, all this information, 43% of patients that were within Milan criteria, meaning you could go to transplant, only 43% were offered surgery, ablation, or liver transplantation. In the community setting in the US, once you're outside the major cities, the major centers, people are nihilistic. There's nothing you can do. You can't be cured. There's no treatment. That's a constant message, and we're trying to change that. But this says that we have great medical care in the US if you can find it, if you can get to it. Now I'm going to switch to systemic therapies. We get towards the end of this, but really we've had some major changes. In 2007, sorafenib was approved. I've used sorafenib in over 70 patients, so it's a really big part of my skill set. I've used lenvatinib, I've used Cabo, I've used ramucirumab, and then most recently we've changed to these beautiful first-line therapies. What I call A-B therapy. Atezo is a checkpoint inhibitor. Immuno-oncology, bevacizumab is a VEGF inhibitor. And this was the I Am Brave that you already heard from Dr. Nia that really changed our days. But before you get into systemic therapy, you have to really decide where that patient is. Definitely liver function, Child-Pugh, or MELD score. You have to be doing a good workup. We do a chest CT scan at low probabilities. Bone scans, only if they have symptoms. You do portal vein invasion, but there's VP1 through 4, so you even have to talk about how much portal vein invasion is there. Every patient should have a performance score scored, and also their nutritional status. What's their sarcopenia? Where are they frail? It's a very important part of assessing where that patient is and what they can tolerate. And we are going up to B7 in general, as Dr. Nia described. Beyond that, we might use something like monotherapy with nivolumab, which is a little bit safer than the tyrosine kinases, but B8 is kind of the upper limits for those patients. You already saw this nice combination with the Atezo-Bev, A-B therapy. This extended that survival out to about 20 months median. And now there's a new combination that's going through clearance in the US. It's already approved in China called Camo-Revo combination. It's also a checkpoint inhibitor and a more focused VEGF inhibitor. Their study that they took to the FDA last month was 24 months median survival. Now, sorafenib had 14 months, but it's still a 10-month extension. So this CR combination may be another option in the United States after they go through the FDA approval. They got a complete response letter that slowed them down a little bit. So we have a lot of first-line treatments. I agree every patient should be offered checkpoint inhibitor. We offer either A, B, or DT therapy. Durvalumab, tremelimumab, that's a PD-L1 and a CTLA-4, 2 checkpoints, and that does have more side effects to it in terms of immune-related, but less risk of bleeding that you see with bevacizumab. Sorafenib is no longer appropriate control arm anymore. Now you have to compare yourself to the checkpoint inhibitor combinations unless you have a contraindication to those. Compromised liver function, we've already talked about that. You've already heard about multidisciplinary team. How much did people go inside the guidelines? There's huge variation. And this is really a global study in different settings. But what people should be offered and what they're offered is still suboptimal because patients still remain under a single provider for their care in some settings. This is all-cause mortality, who's managing the patient, who does better. Multidisciplinary team is key. Having hepatology involved is key. And now in the US, having palliative care involved early is also a key step. You saw this very nice diagram from Dr. Nia before. Few more things on here. Is very important is having pharmacy involved. I don't know if that's a big issue in Georgia, but in the US, pharmacy is very, very involved with patient management now. And of course, nursing is there. I think that's it for my perspectives from the US side. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So one message that was not on either of our slides is combination therapy. So using TACE plus systemic therapy. There was a nice study with the Emerald study, which I think had tremelimumab in it. So you do ablation and early intervention with some type of systemic therapy, whether it's a tyrosine kinase inhibitor, checkpoint plus a VEGF, or 2 checkpoint inhibitors. That's rapidly emerging. And also radiation oncology has really been kept in the sidelines for a long period of time. Radiation oncology with SBRT, especially for patients who have anatomical problems with ablation. They may not be candidates for systemic therapy, also because of bleeding risk or something else. So radiation oncology should be on the team and should be thought of for your patients. Thank you. Ready for Q&A?
Thank you, Professor Gish, for the very nice presentation. So I want to make just brief remark regarding the ACC management, especially in the later stages of ACC. The best supportive care patients or palliative care patients, which is one of the biggest issues in our country. And patient education, how you should give the patient regarding information about their status. What we see everyday life is that patients really do have the end stage of hepatocellular carcinoma, but actually they do not know because their relatives know. Because the doctor goes, they
except the patient doesn't know. This is sad.
As well as these patients also goes to the other doctors and they are managing anemia or they are managing some hypoalbuminemia, but patient has very late stages and we do not have the nursing system or anything else.
So the family is blocking information to the patient? Okay.
Most of the case.
This was a problem in the US 20 years ago? No longer? Everybody's got internet, everybody's got TikTok, everybody's got everything. I did have one Vietnamese family recently who told me not to tell the parent and the family. That's happened once in the last year. So you just got to change your culture. I mean, it takes time to do that. But in the US also, there's a legal issue that if you're treating a patient, you don't tell them what disease they have, now you become liable because you can't treat them without the disease. So, yeah, you got some work to do.
Any questions?
You were talking about palliative care, but go ahead, Dr. Nia.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have the palliative care for best supportive care, but the level is very poor and reimbursement is very low.
I see.
So that's why we, even the doctors don't like to send the patient to palliative care departments because they give them only the pain management and that's it. So I have the two questions related. What about I told many times about the child B7, but we hear about our colleagues from Great Britain that they don't treat the B7, even B7. And what is your opinion related? When we have the borderline and we can improve the level of albumin or decrease or manage the ascites, what is your opinion? Treat the B7 same as the A5-6 or what to do?
I think the key thing is to look at the bilirubin. I think that's your best scoring on what's happening with liver function. And if the bilirubin's 6 or 7 and they have no ascites, no encephalopathy, something very bad is happening. In that case, I'll treat the hepatitis C, the B, try to make liver function better. Ascites, depends if it's, a lot of ascites, you're not going to treat probably because that's another sign. They may have portal vein thrombosis, got to do that workup. And back to palliative care, U.S. palliative care and hospice are two different things. So you're right, hospice is just narcotics, just pain. Palliative care, work with us even while we're treating the patient to manage nutrition, care in the home, managing other metabolic issues. So palliative care is very global, and hospice is that final step that's there. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. And the second question about the pathology, because we try when the patient had cirrhosis, it's much easier for our radiologist to confirm the HCC, but when it's not appeared, so they always thinking about this diagnosis. What is your experience and recommendation? Is it necessary to perform the biopsy every time, or we can skip it?
5% of our patients get biopsied. And why do we biopsy? If we think it's a mixed HCC cholangio, and then we can do gene, sequencing, figure out what the targetable lesion is. But biopsy is very rare. If we have a LIRADS-4, you all use LIRADS, is that correct, for your imaging? Right. So if it's a LIRADS-4 that's not changing and it's still indeterminate, then we'll biopsy a LIRADS-4 if it's twice on MR or CT over 3 to 6 months. But cholangio, we biopsy everybody, or mix, we biopsy everybody. I would say the HCC world will change in the next 5 years because we'll have targetable lesions. There's some emerging signs that even choosing drugs like sorafenib might be based on some signal. So great question.
Or sometimes we use for molecular assay liquid biopsy, and if it's extensive disease, we can use it, avoid any risk or complications related with biopsy.
Right.
Because our interventional radiologists don't like to biopsy HCC.
That's good, at least for now.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Then thank you, Professor Gish.
All right, thank you.
And our next presenter is Dr. Jabba, regarding the metabolic syndrome-associated steatosis of the liver. So what's happening in Georgia?
Okay. Hello again. I was thinking how to present, how to talk with you about NAFLD, the name was changed, I will tell about it. And I decided to concentrate on our local problems because, you know, it's very quickly rising, but still very underappreciated problem, especially in Georgia, but worldwide. Now, there are many misconceptions what people or doctor or patients are widespreading when they are talking about fatty liver disease. And I would go through them. For example, it's very common because people think that fatty liver is not kind of problem, and some radiologists are telling to patients that it's typical Georgian liver and real men should have some fat in this liver and etc. But we don't, and science don't think so, because you know it's not a matter of joke, because steatotic liver disease, it's a big range of disorders, and there are many etiologies what can cause liver steatosis. We can see here that the main part, more than half of cases of steatotic liver disease are caused by metabolic dysfunction associated steatotic liver disease and alcohol associated liver disease. Yeah, the name was changed in the last 2 years, and now it's called the MAFLD and MESH, and metabolic dysfunction associated. It's more correct name considering the pathogenesis of this disease, yeah, not non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And majority of patients would be in this part. It's some kind of as alcohol, where alcohol and metabolic dysfunction are both the responsible etiologies for liver steatosis. We should not forget about any other diseases what can cause liver steatosis as well. For example, drug-induced liver diseases and some other non-hepatological diseases as well. You can see here celiac can cause, and human immunodeficiency virus, and etc. Yeah. It's very prevalent, yeah, and now for prevalence of MAFLD and MESH is rising worldwide, and you can see here that NASH-related cirrhosis is already the leading indication for liver transplantation in women, and those more than 65 years of age. And also, this is very interesting data that NASH was identified, NASH, this steatohepatitis, where we have active inflammation in our liver, yeah, and it's not simple condition, yeah, and we should worry about this. And it's in 14% of asymptomatic patients undergoing colon cancer screening. Just consider that colon cancer screening is in persons more than 45, 50 years of age, yeah. And around the pooled prevalence data worldwide in other parts of, in different parts of the world is around 30%. This is the prevalence of MAFLD. People think that it's harmless, but it's not. We can see here that fibrosis, and it can cause fibrosis, it can cause liver damage, and it can cause active inflammation in the liver. And fibrosis is the most important prognostic factor. Because when we see the fibrosis, there is an increased risk of morbidity and mortality due to liver-related issues, and not only due to liver-related issues. Because we can see here that non-hepatic malignancies are observed in patients in case of NAFLD, even in absence of, in the case of no damage of the liver, yeah. Because, and that was very excellent study published in Nature, what showed us that not only liver-related mortality was increased by the stage of fibrosis, but also death from any other cause was increased by the stage of fibrosis. Yeah, it's very important. It has very complicated pathophysiology mechanisms, and scientists are still learning this. And we know that in basis, the fundament of NASH is the imbalance between nutrient delivery and utilization. Yeah, and also we should not forget about adipose tissue dysfunction, what promotes more insulin resistance and more inflammation into the liver. Yeah, and this is quite problematic issue as well by means of patients, because when the patient hears that they have some liver problems, they are starting protesting to take some other drugs, especially statins, yeah? And that's why we have many discussions with patients that not to worry about drugs, they should take drugs rationally, but they should not take drugs not based on anything, yeah? And these patients, NAFLD patients, will need many drugs for many other specialists, because we can see here that NAFLD is, and this metabolic dysfunction consists with many parts and many diseases, yeah? For example, obesity might be here the very prevalent in NASH, NAFLD, and NASH patients, especially the android body fat distribution, not genoid, and visceral fat, what is very, unfortunately, very prevalent in Georgia, I guess so. It's very, very risky way to have these associated diseases, yeah. Diabetes mellitus and type 2 diabetes is the independent risk factor for hepatocellular carcinoma, and we should not forget about this, because that's why the patients with NAFLD, they need very active and careful endocrinologists, cardiologists, because we can check here that one of the main reasons of death of these patients will be cardiovascular diseases and non-hepatic malignancies as well, and some endocrine problems, and etc. Yeah, we can see here the hypertension. It's very interesting. Interesting is the next question. Hypertension is caused by. Does hypertension causes NAFLD-NASH progression, or NAFLD-NASH progression causes more hypertension, or there's some another metabolic driver what can cause both of them, but no answer yet. This arterial hypertension represents an epidemiological risk for NASH and fibrosis progression, and that's why we should always care about this, and we should make always timely referral to cardiologists of these patients. Dyslipidemia, these patients, extremal majority of them will have some abnormalities, especially hypertriglyceridemia in their blood, but not in the case of cirrhosis, because due to decreased liver synthetic functions, there will not be the much high level. You cannot see there the high levels of lipid sum. But in before cirrhosis and before advanced liver disease, this might be one of the main issue of these patients. Yeah, and this is very problematic, because patients are very worried against. I don't know what is the situation in USA or in Armenia, but in Georgia, statins are very demonized drugs, and patients are very, they have very fear that they took some statins, and they think that the statins will cause some liver damage, and etc. and etc. I don't know what is the root of this misconception, but still, yeah. And that's why we should underline that statins are safe, and even in case of compensated liver cirrhosis, they can be used. And there are some very interesting data several years ago that there are some correlation regarding statin use and decreasing portal vein pressure, and it's very interesting. That's why we should not stop statin use in patients due to fatty liver disease or even due to advanced liver disease. Yeah, if they need it, they should use these drugs. Yeah. And also, this is also very underappreciated problem in Georgia, because we don't, in our practice, we don't have, we are not checking routinely this obstructive sleep apnea in our NAFLD patient, and it's a problem, because this obstructive sleep apnea is very common in these patients. It's associated with NASH. It can promote with NAFLD progression to more stages of fibrosis. Yeah. And cardiovascular diseases also, cardiovascular disease, we should manage very aggressively these cardiovascular diseases in NAFLD patients, because it's one of the most important risk factors of death. in NAFLD patients. Yeah, and personally for me, I'm every time telling this to my patients that you should not worry about your liver. Yeah, you should worry about your heart and some heart issues, because it's sometimes more dangerous than your liver problems. Yeah, and again, this issue with statins and the fares of these drugs is very problematic, I think, in Georgia, because people are stopping statin use when they are hearing that they have some liver problems, and they have fears that to continue these drugs, and that's why they then in the future will have many cardiovascular problems. Yeah, chronic kidney diseases as well. This data might be very interesting to some insurance agencies, because I'm every time arguing with them that people, when we are evaluating our liver patients, we should order simple creatinine test. And they are asking me, why you are ordering creatinine, why you need creatinine? That's why, because chronic kidney disease is very prevalent in NAFLD patients, and it's basis. We have very simple problems in Georgia. We have like these problems that people are asking why some insurance agencies are asking why we need to check creatinine, some $5 test one times in a year in our patients with some liver issues. Yeah, it's very sad story of developing country. And now it's very popular in Georgia there's some information spread within patients that there are some tools, I mean liver elastography measurement, that can calculate exactly what percentage of fat is in the patient's liver and what percentage of liver is still working, and etc. And then we are of course explaining to patients that liver elastography measurement is a very important tool in diagnostic assessment, but not the only tool to what we should pay attention. And this is a very good algorithm. I'm trying to promote like this approach where I can to promote it, especially in primary healthcare providers, because you can see here there's a bunch of and plenty of patients. Yeah, around 30% is the disease prevalence estimated in the general population, and of course, hepatologists should not. Only hepatologists should not manage these patients. Yeah, this patient, majority of them should be managed in primary healthcare setting. And in primary healthcare setting, there are very many non-invasive tools, not only Fit4Skull. Yeah, many non-invasive, free-to-access tools and liver elastography measurements, and they can use this wisely and somehow refer patient when they need referral, not all patients, yeah, because uncomplicated fatty liver disease patients should not be managed by some specialists in specialized cares. But I will talk about this in the next slide, because we don't have specialized care centers at all in Georgia. This is also a very big problem in our country, because people are requesting drugs what don't yet exist. Yeah, they mean some hepatoprotective drugs what are very, unfortunately, still very popular in nowadays, because there are some substances, some food supplements what are prescribed by the doctors very widely, and we should consider that we are living in developing country. Yeah, it's limited resources, and we should care about each dollar what patient spends to his health. And of course, doctors should not promote some drugs what they don't trust, and what all data shows us that these drugs simply don't work in patients. Yeah, that's still problem nowadays in Georgian hepatology. Yeah. Now, this very excellent model how, in ideal case, the NAFLD patient and NASH patient should be managed. You can see here that not only gastroenterology and hepatology should be involved. Nutrition, some infrastructure, and primary healthcare centers, and endocrinology, and etc. But we have huge problems here, and I would concentrate to these problems. For example, lack of medical training. When we are talking about gastroenterology and hepatology, it's who is Georgian hepatologist and who is Georgian gastroenterologist. Unfortunately, the level of education and training, what we are receiving officially in our educational medical system is very low, and it should somehow be changed. And lack of specialized clinics as well. We don't have we don't have this hierarchy: primary healthcare center, secondary health, tertiary healthcare center. We don't have some centers. Maybe say to you that they are specialized centers, but they are not, simply because in specialized centers in developing countries, it's very hard topic. And lack of availability of appropriate medical services also, especially there are some things what we want to do but we can't, because some diagnostic tools, for example, some specialists simply are not available in Georgia. And this also very important factor: lack of predetermined role in patient care cycle. Because majority of patients should be managed by primary healthcare providers. Some of them should be managed by specialists. These specialists should be well trained, and etc. and etc. But it's nobody has any role. It's a very chaotic way in which one we are following. Now let's talk a bit about primary healthcare providers. This is a lack of referral system. When Dr. Nia was, this problem is the same in almost every field, because we don't have this referral system. Nobody knows when to refer patient, whom to refer, and that's why patients are going very chaotically from one doctor to another. Then they are going to neighbors, and they go to homeopath. That's some kind of tragedy of our medical system. We need some strict referral system, some strict national guidelines. We don't have any strict protocols and guidelines. We, as these primary healthcare specialists, can see that, wow, if you can see the fifth postcode is more than 3.25, just refer to some hepatologist specialist. Nowhere is it right, and that's a problem. And lack of medical coverage as well. I was telling you that I have problems with medical insurance companies. They are asking me why I am ordering creatinine, simple creatinine tests. It's all what I want to say about this. And lack of patient trust as well. The trust issues is very important also in our country, because patients, and this is worldwide, but especially in Georgia, patients having the lack of trust for primary healthcare providers, and they will not follow them. And but this problem can be somehow overcome, I think. And what about nutrition? This lack of healthy eating habits in general. Yes, we have problem in this field, undoubtedly, and lack of appropriate infrastructure, because there are people sometimes in many working places, because people simply cannot eat because there is no place to eat, and it's very problem as well. Nutrition specialists and dietitians. Fortunately, in Mrcheveli and in our clinic, we can provide somehow quite good service to NAFLD patient, because we have some gastroenterology service available, hepatology service, dietitian service available, endocrinology service available, some radiology available, lab tests, and etc. But this is not a typical situation in whole country, and I cannot generalize this. This is quite still problematic, because nutrition, dietitian, it's nobody knows how doctors can use these specialists, yeah, and lack of healthy food availability also, because it's somehow connected with our income, and majority of people are in low income setting, and unfortunately healthy food sometimes is quite expensive option to have some eat. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Java. So in general, the MFLD usually it's about, again, the education and the awareness. So someone broadly might tell patients that these habits which we have regarding the eating and about the mobility in general is not very good, not only for your liver, but primarily for your heart. And these educational campaigns, we briefly talked about hepatitis B, but it is much more broad spectrum. So education, increased awareness is the key, of course. So any questions? So I want.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. One comment, you mentioned extrahepatic malignization as a colon cancer, but there is extrahepatic malignization in women as a ovarian cancer associated with MAFLD. My question is, we know that 25–30% of world population is suffered from MAFLD. Armenian population, about 40% of Armenian population suffered from MAFLD because of our rich kitchen like yours and rich table. What about Georgian population?
We don't have data. You have some data in Armenia. We don't have any epidemiological studies, as I know. If not, Mamuka will correct me. Mamuka, there are some studies. I don't remember them. Yeah, no studies available. It's just estimated. We can see there's a pooled prevalence is around 25–30%, and I think that in Georgia it might be like this, but we don't have exact data yet. In Armenia, you have data, epidemiological data. Really? Yes. 40, 45 around.
About.
It's higher.
Yes, more than.
Wow.
Yes, in the
like in Southern Asia, you know, it's.
We have a central obesity. A lot of people, as your Georgian men, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, next, my question is. You mentioned cardiovascular disease, diabetes mellitus, so also chronic kidney disease. I need your opinion. Are they as extrahepatic manifestations or risk factors for MAFLD? Thank you.
It's very interesting questions. You know, it's not extra. I would not say extra hepatic, but there are somehow comorbidities. Yeah, we should. I think we should regard this as one spectrum of disease. Yeah, this cardiovascular disease is not chronic kidney disease, but another one. It's kind of one spectrum of disease. Yeah, and that's why I don't think that they, you know, they are connected by each other, and yeah. Say, is this? If you are asking me about NASH prevalence in chronic, how chronic kidney disease can cause NASH, I don't think so. But I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
It definitely goes from fatty liver to chronic kidney disease, even correcting for hypertension and diabetes, but not reverse.
Not reversible, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, our final presenter again is Professor Gist. Please, about the update on metabolic liver diseases. I think we do not have any restrictions.
No limits? I'm not going to go until 6.
Thank you. There's a lot of information I wanted to cover, and I'm going to cover it quickly. That'll keep everybody awake. We'll kind of move really fast, but also leave times for some Q&A if that's okay. So bad things are happening, right? All these different interactions we have, and I'm going to talk about what's leading to this, at least in some level. This just talks about this paradigm shift of what's happened, and really on this slide, I really want to highlight this whole issue about alcohol. They say in France, there's no pure fatty liver. You don't get fatty liver-induced cirrhosis without alcohol, so it depends probably on what country. I learned this week from Moldova that Moldova is the country with the highest per capita alcohol intake in the entire world. And I think it's 7 out of 10 countries are in Europe. I was a little bit surprised. I thought there'd be a little bit of a shift in other parts, but alcohol is a huge, huge problem. We have this, what we call food toxicity, right? You got junk food. We have what are called food deserts. We have this marketing, direct marketing of all this junk food and processed food. Fructose is part of our diets in many direct and indirect ways. And if it's non-natural fructose, it's part of a food additive. That becomes what's called a mitochondrial toxin. So we are being poisoned by our food environment. Terms and definitions. I'm going to make a little comment here. You've heard about NASH, you've heard about NAFLD, and now you have MASLD. And in Asia, 70 countries, it's a MAFLD, metabolic associated fatty liver disease. That happened over 10 years ago. A number of people were publishing in the Asia Pacific region to change the name. And AASLD and EASL refused to change the name. They argued, we're never going to change the name. Changing the name would be a disaster. But finally, 5 years later, after 70 countries signed on to MAFLD, AASLD and EASL said, oh, we need our name. So there's a big conflict, a big argument going on around the world about this. But it's good. It's good for everybody to get more attention. This is MAFLD, so this is metabolic associated fatty liver disease. It's a little bit different than what you just saw in terms of what the Java showed from the AASLD. I think both are very useful, but don't use the word non-alcohol or put the word alcohol in there unless you are assessing alcohol use disorder or alcohol-associated liver disease specifically. This is MASLD. Now we're moving down another algorithm. I'm just putting this up here just for a conversation for a moment. And then the steatotic liver disease, which you heard about already. My point here is if we think there's alcohol involved, we order PEth. You're a laboratory. Are you doing PEth testing in your lab? P-E-T-H? All right, who here has heard of PEth testing before? Raise your hand. PETH, phosphatidylethanol. So after today, you're going to go to your labs and say you need to offer PEth testing. This test tells you how much alcohol the patient drank over the last 6 weeks. It never lies. There are no false positive tests. It goes from 20 and less, that's somebody not drinking, 20 to 70, social drinking. I had one of my Cambodian patients who said he wasn't drinking. His PEth test was 1,000. He was drinking a case of beer a day, little guy. He had liver disease, he had cirrhosis. PETH, ask your patient how much you're drinking. They'll tell you some number, and you can say, I'm going to order this blood test. So your wonderful lab needs to offer that quickly. I think we've covered most of these issues. ALT, AST over 30 is a flag that somebody may have liver disease, specifically fatty liver disease in that setting. And I do testing on every one of my patients. I do FIB4, APRI, platelet count, AST to ALT ratio, spleen size, portal vein diameter, all as part of my assessment. So every patient gets 7 tests to stage them, almost never a biopsy, really what the point is. This is the problem with obesity. This is the problem with metabolic syndrome. You already heard about atrial fibrillation. I didn't really realize that until today. Is such a good point, Java, for teaching me that. But look at all these other interactions, and every patient I see is assessed for obstructive sleep apnea. And of course, we're looking at other issues. And I tell my patients, it's not just your heart, cancer, and liver. you're going to wear out your entire body, your spinal structure, your skeletal structure through obesity, and that sometimes motivates patients as well. I give every patient this diagram, that fatty liver, shorter lifespan, lower quality of life, but I turn it into a positive and I say, I can extend your life by 5, 10, 15, 20 years by you changing these behaviors. Everybody, every patient needs behavioral modification. I'll get back to that in just a moment. Look at this. Your weight is great. You're just too short. BMI is still key. Another question. How many people here have heard of motivational interviews? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everybody can now raise your hand because you've heard of motivational interviews, right? What is motivational interviewing? It's turning the conversation into a listening process to find out what is motivating a patient to do something good or something bad. It's good for smoking, alcohol, weight issues. So you can do an online course. It can take 1 to 3 hours. Motivational interviewing. Everybody in this room needs to learn how to do that. It's a great way to talk to your patients and even your family. All right, no safe alcohol level in people with fatty liver disease. Alcohol is an entertainment. It's like going to a football game. You don't need alcohol. People have liver disease. They shouldn't drink. That's what I try to communicate to my patients. We already talked about fructose as a toxin. There's a big change going on in the body because of our junk food and our meat-focused diet. If you want to get into an antioxidant state, we put people on probiotics, prebiotics, and a vegetarian diet. That's what I advise every one of my patients. There are people who have a normal BMI who have fatty liver called lean MAFLD, but typically they do have visceral obesity. That's that visceral obesity, but even some with minimal visceral obesity can get fatty liver. That's the case. You need to work them up for Wilson disease or some other genetic disorders and look very closely for diabetes with hemoglobin A1C or a glucose tolerance test. Okay, we already talked about lean. People who have fatty liver have a lower quality of life because they have a pro-inflammatory state, maybe joint pain, muscle pain, sleep disorder, different than obstructive sleep apnea. So this is really a way to turn things positive, lose weight, get rid of visceral fat. You're going to have a better quality of life. You're going to feel better. And people report that back quickly once we intervene. We talked about visceral obesity. I do want to talk about liver enzymes again for a moment. Does everybody get a GGT when you order a liver panel? Okay, that's fantastic. That's not the case in many parts of the world. In the US, the wonderful Medicare system said in the 1990s, we're not going to pay for GGT anymore because you're diagnosing too much liver disease. They missed fatty liver for 10 years because they weren't getting GGT tests. GGT is a surrogate for liver injury, of course. It's also a surrogate for cardiovascular disease. Higher the GGT, the worse the cardiovascular outcomes for people. So GGT is very useful. And if you see a GGT that's 3 or 4 times higher than ALK Phos, it's almost universally alcohol. So then I order PEth test. Not confrontation, ask some simple, nice questions, then I would just order a blood test. This is the 7 tests I do on every patient to stage their liver disease. Platelet count, free. AST to ALT ratio, free. You have to get an ultrasound. That costs you a little bit of money. APRI-FIB4, free. And what's called the NAFLD score is free. So I think I am going to replace NAFLD on here with elastography. And as you heard from Java, you can get a CAP score, CAP, in parallel with elastography on most of the machines. The CAP score tells you that fat number, S0 to S3, and that translates to a % of fat. A lot of other tests that we can do. We've covered this already. This is just talking about transient elastography predicts the future. 1,000 patients, biopsy proven, very clean cutoffs here at 10 kPa, higher risk of cancer, progressive liver disease. liver stiffness, as long as you have a good technician and you use the same machine in each patient once a year, it also gives you your patient trajectory. What's going to happen, I believe, within 5 years is getting a genetic panel. I've already chatted with the team about genetics in patients with cholestatic liver disease. Hopefully you'll start offering that soon. Or you're sending it to South Korea, right? You're already sending. But now you're going to know what to send. But this is a panel that's offered, and it's the PNPLA6, TM6SF, is MBOAT, and HSD, who are very strong predictors of who's going to develop cirrhosis and who's going to develop cancer. But these are population data. People haven't quite been able to say you're going to see a person in the office, you're going to order these tests, and you're going to tell them their future. But it is one way to talk about patients who are high versus low risk. MASH, elastography, there's multiple, there's 7 different machines now. So this is FibroScan, which is VCTE. There's shear wave, there's point shear wave, there's 2D shear wave, there's now 3D shear wave using what's called ARFI technology, and then MR elastography, which is really expensive and we almost never use. But just use the same machine on each patient over time. That's the best way to manage this. All these machines are quite, I think, reliable. You've already heard about these different algorithms. The main thing I wanted to say on here is a test called ELF testing. You're going to see ELF in lots of algorithms. It's a triple panel marker of collagen turnover. It's offered by Siemens. That's who it's patented from. It's $450. I never order it, but it's in these algorithms. It's quite expensive, and I've only ordered, I think, twice in the last 3 years. I just don't find it very useful, but you're going to see that in here as an option. And you're a lab, so think about whether you're going to offer ELF testing or not through Siemens. A lot of other things to do. We've covered most of that. This is what's really important. Weight loss leads to improved health, decreases symptoms such as polycystic ovary syndrome, decreases cardiovascular mortality, the reflux disease gets better, they sleep better. It's a profound change that can take place once you can motivate the patient. You can do that through gastric banding and bypass. It's interesting in the US, the insurance companies pay for these, but they won't pay for a nutrition consult. $15,000, $200. Refuse to pay for nutrition consult. Our insurance system is quite dysfunctional. What's approved for obesity now? We've already gone down to Mounjaro, which you've heard about, and there's data that's just emerged on tirzepatide in terms of not just weight loss, but NASH resolution and reversal of fibrosis. So we're finally seeing signals in the GLP-1 and GIP area. I never use Orlistat, but this is available over the counter in many countries. I use these medications for people with substance use disorder, such as naltrexone. And I don't even know about this medication, never heard of it. These were really popular 10 or 15 years ago. They're like stimulants and can change behavior. But it's really the GLP-1s that go to the brain and change cravings. They decrease craving for food, and they also decrease craving for alcohol and smoking and drugs. People are using GLP-1s in substance use disorder clinics now, if they can get it. As you know, there's a shortage going on. Mounjaro is out. We've got other drugs that are the dual agonists, and we have new drugs that are triple agonists also that are causing even more weight loss, as much as 50 kilos of weight loss. GLP-1s, interestingly, can decrease risk of liver decompensation. Isn't that interesting? And this is also, liver outcomes. So overall liver outcomes and liver decompensation. So the GLPs now are showing data in terms of liver protection. Back to your statin questions. Statins were vilified. They were evil substances about 30 years ago because the FDA had a black box on statins saying liver injury. That was proven wrong by Willis Maddrey, so they took the black box off about 2005. And over the last 10 years, we've identified statins as liver protective. They decrease the risk of liver cancer by about 50% using cross-sectional studies and cohort studies, decrease portal hypertension, decrease mortality, all-cause mortality, and liver-related mortality. So statins in the US are in style, they're in the guidelines, and everybody's using them unless you've been out of touch for 10 years. So occasionally we hear negative messaging on statins. These are all the different drugs that are in different parts of development, but what we have on this slide, the most important one was Madrigal's resmetirom was just approved by the FDA about 6 weeks ago in the US. And the take-home message is NASH resolution or improvement of fibrosis was 1 out of 4 to 1 out of 3 patients at 1 year. You go, that's not very good. Why would you spend money on an expensive drug when you're only going to help 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3 people? Well, you're going to find out who those people are. You're going to treat them for a year, find out who's benefiting, and then decide if you're going to continue this medication. It's expensive. They priced it at $45,000 a year, but that's not what everybody pays. That's the retail price. People get a discount, but it's expensive, so we're being selective on who we're treating with resmetirom. Seladelpar is gone. It's not even going to be developed for fatty liver for interesting reasons. Then GLP-1s, such as semaglutide, have shown NASH resolution, but no effect on fibrosis. Intercept's drug, Ocaliva, was also blocked by the FDA because of potential liver toxicity. So some successes, some failures going here. This is data that was just published this week. Tirzepatide, which is a GIP GLP-1 agonist. Resolution of MASH, no worsening of fibrosis, statistically significant. Decrease of fibrosis level by 1 stage, no worsening of MASH, also statistically significant. So tirzepatide data just fresh off the plate, New England Journal of Medicine, shows a treatment effect for fatty liver. And another drug called survodutide, it's also a dual agonist, it's also data that just emerged this week in terms of, and primary endpoint was achieved in 83% of adults. Resolution of NASH or MASH, no worsening of fibrosis improved by 1 stage or more, and no worsening of fatty liver. So now we have 2 drugs that are these injectable GLP-1 GIPs showing a clinical benefit, histological benefit for our patients. And this is a triple agonist. Now we've got 3 places where we're stimulating. Oh, sorry, I don't know why it keeps doing that. We have 3 places that we're stimulating this. The problem with this, we call retatrutide, is it's having some cardiovascular signals. So if you're getting too much stimulation, you may be having problems. But look at the body weight reductions you can get in this. Over 30% body weight loss in 1 out of 4 people. This causes profound weight loss. But when you stop these drugs, you get a weight rebound unless you've had changes in behavioral modification. So we have an inflammatory disease, very prevalent. You've heard numbers as high as 60% of adults in the US have fatty liver right now. Biopsy's not standard of care. Smoking amplifies this effect, alcohol, but coffee, tea, and sleep are liver protective, so we really push this. I tell all my patients, unfortunately, not to drink out of plastic water bottles. I only do that here because I lost my water bottle somewhere in some airport over the last week. But these bisphenols are metabolic disruptors. They cause DNA methylation. They induce all sorts of fat dysmetabolism and sugar dysmetabolism. So bisphenols, evil structures. I do use vitamin E in my patients. It's very benign. They like it. It's a vitamin supplement. There is some data to support that as well. And finally, calorie change, very important. There's 5 or 7 fad diets going on right now, but they're all reduced calories. And of course, exercise is key also for your patients as part of their behavior modification. Jabba showed you this great diagram, which is super important. These are all the people that gave me slides, and hopefully that wasn't too fast. We're going to go to Q&A.
Thank you very much, Professor. Any questions?
Thank you for this brilliant presentation. I want to ask you about option of bariatric surgery in setting of NASH cirrhosis. when cirrhosis is, of course, fully compensated, no signs of portal hypertension, and no signs of synthetic dysfunction. Yeah? Is there any benefit what we should await in this setting? We have obese patient with cirrhosis.
There is data using bariatric surgery in compensated cirrhosis, very careful patient selection, low levels of portal hypertension. You may have put in a TIPS shunt before you do the surgery, and it's laparoscopic lap band. Mayo Clinic has the best data on that, and Mayo Clinic and UCSF have been doing combined gastric banding with liver transplant at the same time. That's pretty radical. But yes, there is limited data, but I rarely go there. I've probably had one patient have bariatric surgery in the last year. It's just going out of style, at least in my practice, in my region. Great question.
And last question from me. What about CAP in setting of management of patients with fatty liver disease? Yeah. Of course, we use fibroscan, we use liver elastogram, liver stiffness measurement, but I'm not fully sure what CAP evaluation will give me as a doctor of this patient. What, how can we use it? What it gives?
So CAP scores controlled attenuation parameter, and under 220 is normal, over 330 is severe. So I use that to assess what I'm interpreting the liver stiffness. If you have a very high CAP score, it's going to amplify your liver stiffness and give you a falsely elevated liver stiffness. So I'm doing a mental correction and adjusting, and also I'm putting together all the other tests. I don't ever look at one or even two tests.
Thank you.
It's a great question.
Okay.
Got it, okay.
So my question and point is regarding, so finally we have, at least, of course, it will be unable to use, especially in Georgia, this drug. Finally, we have FDA-approved drug for the treatment of NASH. But in my perspective, what I see, even here in NAFLD situation, there will be very hard. So which patient should be offered this drug? Because if the patient has not gone the dietary modifications and the first line treatment, which is the reduction of the weight,
right,
and we give this drug, 45,000 drug, this patient, how it will be ethical, and how should you use this drug, for example?
So I'll try to make it simple. You're going to stage the patient. It's indicated for F2, F3, right? So fibrosis 2, fibrosis 3. Then I look for fast progressors. If I've got a 28-year-old that's F3, they're a fast progressor. If I have a 70-year-old that's F2, they're a slow progressor. And of course, stop alcohol, behavior modification, it's a whole package. But I'm using it in maybe 1 out of 10 fatty liver patients, even in the US where I have access to it. I'm just being careful. There's a lot of other things we can do.
It needs to be careful, to use these drugs, and needs to be very high specialized doctor to prescribe this medication.
Yeah, and they in the US, Madrigal is putting the drug to just subspecialists. They're not talking to primary care about prescribing this, which I think is okay for now. Cost issues. There are side effects. There's a box warning about liver toxicity for resmetirom. And it causes GI upset and diarrhea in about 25% of patients, even though that gets better over 3 weeks. But the first 3 weeks, the patient may say, forget it, I'm not gonna do this. So highly selective.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Actually, I have a very quick technical question. Who does ultrasound in your department, and which, in order to be able to measure CAP, which method do you prefer, SWE or transient elastography? Thank you.
So ultrasounds are done by a technician with a radiologist, but elastography are done by our medical assistant and then reviewed and interpreted by a physician. Okay, and then which machine? I have every machine. I've got an old generation EchoSense, a new generation EchoSense, not the latest, they just released a new one. with a new probe, including spleen a few weeks ago. I have a Sonic Insights, which is another machine called Velicure? Yeah, Velicure. That's another site. And then we just got a machine from Mindray. That's a Chinese company. You're familiar with that also. We got that at another one of my sites. So I've used every machine. One of my other sites uses Siemens, the other uses Philips. They do just elastography. They don't give you a CAP score, unfortunately. But the other three machines give you a CAP equivalent, yes. So I can tell you about all of them. They're all good, but it's best to use the same machine in the same patient over time.
And do you report them? Do you put the numbers in report as well to radiologists or stuff?
Yes. Oh, yes. We get the meters per second, or you get a KPA value, or you get a CAP value. And we usually give it to the patient. They have something to take home. It's got all these pictures and colors on it. They like it.
Thank you.
It's like a vital sign, right? It's the 6th vital sign. French have been doing it for 20 years. America was 10 years behind on these machines because the FDA had some argument with the EchoSense company, which we could never figure out. It was never going to hurt anybody. You're just putting a little probe, right, getting sound waves. So anyway, we're getting progress.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the Mindray machine also has elastography and a CAP score. It's a CAP equivalent, right? They have two machines. They have one that's in the U.S. it's $90,000. The other one's $140,000. The smaller machine has a different probe on it and doesn't have a battery. It's portable, more portable. The bigger machine's got a big battery and another additional probe for doing a full ultrasound. Yes. And they just raised their price because they did this big advance, new probe, new software processing. It looks better. Is it worth another $20,000? I don't know.
Is there any room for probiotics in patients with fatty liver disease? Not for today, maybe, but for the future.
If you go to my website, you'll see a weight loss contract, and on that contract, there's probiotics. Because patients like that, you know, they want to, and I think it's good for people, although there's some controversy whether you should use a prebiotic or a probiotic, or they should just eat yogurt.
Thank you.
Thank you. For final words, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Fantastic.
Thank you very much to our speakers. Fantastic presentations. And thank you, audience, for the questions, to be so active and to spend these Sunday days with us all day, I think. Thank you very much, and we'll have the new activities very soon, and you will be involved here with us. Thank you very much. You will have a chance to have these presentations on our website, and by the way, you can see many interesting information on the Professor Gish's website too. Yes, of course.